Welcome to your Tuesday here on World Class Bullshitters. It's time for the High Council. Tonight, I'm joined by your weekly co-host. Say hello to the one, the only, Caffeinated Wolf.
Hey, what is going on? Hail to you, chat. Hail to the High Council. It is good to be back.
Yes, it is. It's so good, in fact, to be back that I forgot to introduce myself. But if you don't know who I am, I'm your host of the evening, Jeff X.
If you don't know who Jeff is, you must be new here.
Well, welcome. We keep gaining new subscribers, so hey, every episode, every video is someone's first episode or video, and we thank you for joining us. And speaking of thanking for joining us, tonight, folks, we're joined by one of our favorite guests. Say hello to the one, the only, Script Doctor.
Hello. Thanks for having me on again. I love being on here with the High Council and you guys out in the chat. It's always a blast, and we always have fun conversations, so I can't wait for this night to go on.
Well, tonight's not going to be any different, folks. We have a few conversation topics that we're going to be covering tonight. We're going to be covering Gina Carano, because as of late, Elon Musk has said that he's going to help fund people's court cases that have, or for people that have lost income based on them sharing their personal views on Twitter or X. So we're going to be talking about that. We're also going to be talking about Disney, how they're using AI to replace its workforce. It's been a rough year for Disney. Check back tomorrow for more information on that. But it's been an incredibly rough year, and they're looking for an easy way out to cut some of those losses. And speaking of losses, tomorrow is the big Disney investor call, and we're going to have some content to cover that as well. So folks, hit that thumbs up button to let us know you enjoy this content, but most importantly, to let YouTube know you enjoy this content, because this platform is run by AI, and that's how you can beat these robots, by hitting that thumbs up button. Jam it right in their AI. There you go.
Stick it to the AI, yeah.
Yeah, stick it to the AI, folks. So, Script, it's been a few weeks since we've had John. Anything exciting or new going on in your neck of the woods?
A couple of things, some of which I can't divulge just yet. But no, there's been there's almost been progress with regards to resolving the writer's strike, which they, both parties, AMPTP and the WGA, have kind of nixed. I've dropped a number of reviews with regards to Oppenheimer, the Venture Brothers, which is a great series, and they'd released a feature film on Blu-ray as well. Tomorrow morning on my Patreon, I drop an article where I kind of pull away the veil of Taylor Sheridan. I think he has fun with his concepts and with his dialogue, but I think his writing is actually kind of lacking, and he's kind of burning himself out. And I address that. I've also been working on a ridiculously long, needlessly long Barbie review. I don't know why it's this long. It just is. There's things to talk about it. I'm sick and tired of having to write it, but I really think it's worthy of exploration.
Sounds like you're low on Kenergy there, Script.
I am. And I'm not enough right now. I need
You're
a
not
revamp.
enough. He's not enough, ladies and gents.
No, I've also been, my girlfriend has been distracting me a lot recently too. And we just also had a holiday weekend here. That's thrown off my sleep schedule as well. So I'm kind of rebounding on that, but I'm pushing through because there's lots of cool stuff I want to, want to get out for all the people that follow me and everyone that's listening today. So I'm quite excited about that. And, I mean, the big topic at hand
Mm-hmm.
on Twitter is that Elon's going to foot the bill for some legal cases. if you've been wronged through actions on his website now.
That's going to be interesting to see how everything goes. Let me pull up an image for that, because that's a hell of a transition. Now, let's take it back for a minute while I pull this image up. What were you guys up to? Now, I know, Andrew, I don't think we had ever actually worked together yet, but back when the Gina Carano stuff was going on, what were you up to in terms of your online career?
What was I up to on my online career? Well, I was writing for a specific website at the time. I was also streaming for said same specific website at the time. I didn't have that much of a solo presence in this space beyond my own little measly Twitch channel, streaming some Pokemon and Mario Kart. But I do very, very crystal clear remember when the news dropped that Gina Carano was not, specifically, it wasn't that she was quote unquote fired. It was that her contract was not renewed, as I understand.
Mm-hmm.
But it wasn't just, oh, we don't need you anymore. It was like, no, your contract is not renewed. And we all know why, because, wrong think, effectively. I very clearly remember that.
What about you, Script? What do you remember from all that?
I remember quite a lot because it was at a time when I just started my YouTube channel. I was one of the few detractors of The Mandalorian. I was not a big fan of the show, even though I wanted to like it. I thought there was a lot of flaws with it, and they're all on my YouTube channel. You can watch me complain about the show. Although I did like Gina Carano's introduction and how her character was presented. I thought that was one highlight of the series. But I remember it pretty vividly because even at that time I was writing stuff to try and pitch to Disney Star Wars specifically, because I thought, I had some good ideas that can fit in line with this. I was made very well aware that Gina Carano was only signed for 2 seasons because she had a similar contract to another actor named Paul Sung. He has middle names as well. He's from Kim's Convenience. He plays the Asian X-Wing pilot. The two of them pretty much had a similar contract, appearances and episodes for 2 years, because they knew that they were going to do 2 seasons of The Mandalorian. They didn't know if they were going to do a 3rd or 4th. And then I recall, she made a couple of Instagram posts that a lot of people at Disney did not like. And then she updated her Twitter profile to say beep, bop, boop, which again, Disney did not like at all. And the next thing we learned is that, she's, the projects that her and her representatives were in negotiations to do on Disney Plus, those negotiations ceased, and it looks like her contract, which had already been completed, was no longer going to be renewed, or a new contract wasn't going to be provided to her to continue playing this character that actually resonated a lot with people who enjoyed Star Wars. And while there's nothing legally wrong with the fact that they terminated negotiations, the blowback that people claiming to work for Disney provided to her was definitely immature, disrespectful, and kind of, I wouldn't wish anyone to go through that type of vitriol that she went through, especially when being told that she'd have to go on a Zoom call where she'd be basically yelled at by 40 different people for who knows how long. I think that's completely uncalled for. I'm glad that she said that she didn't want to do that. But that type of treatment is definitely not very becoming of a studio at all. No. And I think the support that she got from social media and her fans was great, was incredible. Like, you can't knock her for that. But the treatment from the studio and the fact that the studio essentially, I'm pretty sure in Discovery they'll find out, essentially said that any public support of Gina Carano, now that she is not going to be coming back as part of the Star Wars family, will result in basically an investigation to whether or not you are still going to be a part of this Star Wars family. So people like Carl Weathers, people like Pedro Pascal, people like Jon Favreau were really unable to voice any sort of issues. I think Carl Weathers was the only one that was able to really say that he still loves and adores Gina Carano without having any sort of controversial blowback.
Yeah,
from that.
He made I remember him making a fairly general post saying, how much of a kind-hearted, wonderful person Gina was, and that was that. But yeah, you didn't see that coming from Pedro Pascal or anything. It's so funny in a really sad and depressing way. These companies always show you who they really are. These people really always show you who they really are, because what was the whole thing with the sequel trilogy, right? Oh, Star Wars fans are just sexist, misogynist. They just don't want female characters at the forefront of this franchise. Never mind that we loved Leia for how many decades. And we also love Padme, notwithstanding some of George's dialogue, a lot of George's dialogue. That's another matter entirely. Somebody needed to have the balls to tell him no. That being said, they kept saying, "Oh, you just don't like Rey because she's a woman." No, because it's shitting writing. And then Gina, look, I love Gina as a human being. I think she is a lovely individual from anything I have seen of her on social media and in interviews and things like that. I always enjoy her in whatever movie she's performing in. She's not like this, S+ tier actress. She's a serviceable actress, but she's a likable one, and she can fight. when she's doing choreography it looks real because she knows what the heck she's doing. And so that was honestly combining that with just like decent writing for a character was enough for me to like, all right, yeah, I'm on board with this. This is cool. Like, she's a freaking shock trooper, basically. I'm here for it.
Alderaan
Yeah, she
Survivor.
looks the part.
Yeah, like there was actually a lot there
Mhm.
to work with, and there were cool things hinted at in the second season of Mando. I'm like, ooh, when they would say, when she was asked, what did you lose, and she said, I lost everything, and she talks about the fact that she was the survivor of Alderaan, and so there was so much more that could have been done with her character, and everybody would have been on board, because though the knee-jerk reaction from some people in this community was to not like her because they were worried, and I guess Disney and other studios have given us, at minimum, enough reason to have pause when we see, I guess, a female character that can kick ass. It's so stupid that this is where we're here. Is this really where we're here? We're here. And it's their fault, honestly. It's the stupid studios, crap writers that got us here because they get to use sexism and misogyny as an excuse for their shit show circus of writing skills, if it could even be called that. That's pretty liberal use of the term, to be honest.
Very charitable.
But yeah, probably more charitable than I ought to be honest. But, very quickly that turned around, and the majority of people were like, at minimum, she's likable. Again, nobody in their right mind is going to claim that she's the most amazing actress on the planet, but she's likable, and her character was likable. And so most people were on board with it. People outside of this space as well, people that don't know squat about the culture war, and those people liked her until all of a sudden she said some things they didn't like, and then, oh, that's a terrible character, I don't like her, blah 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 blah, she's this, that, and the other thing. And it's sad because we could have gotten, I guarantee that what was it, the Rogue Squadron series that got killed, that had, or not,
Rangers
not
of the
that
Republic?
one, Rangers of the New
Republic,
Republic. That one had to have her as the focus. And then
it was actually her stepping stone series, because the one thing that Disney was holding out on is that Rangers of the New Republic was going to be an ensemble cast that had Gina Carano kind of shepherding people to come watch it. And then after that show took off, she would get her own show, which the tentative title was called Marshall Dune. And the reason that I know that is because Disney is very lazy when it comes to their titles, and they already knew how popular Cara Dune's character was from that first season of Mandalorian. There's no way they would never do a show that didn't have her name in the title when they had Andor, Lando, and Ahsoka already on their docket.
Right, they just name it the character.
They just name it the character. and that was the big giveaway. I'm like, oh, they're doing Rangers of the New Republic. And I was already hearing, like, but I know that they've been pitching her to do her own solo show. And it's like, well, why would they put her in two? It's like, no. And what I was like finding out through some of my friends at that point was that, yeah, she was going to be like in the first episode and in a couple others, and it was just her kind of bringing the team together. But she was going to be, because her title was Marshall Dune at that point. Like, that's what's her title. So that was what the show was going to be.
Yes.
And we heard, oh, that's what the show was going to be done. It was going to be a stepping stone, because they're like, we're going to do The Mandalorian, we're going to do Rangers of the New Republic, but then we're going to do Marshall Dune, and Ahsoka is going to be in between that. And that was kind of like what the plan was. But Disney didn't want to go too far out, because they wanted to build up the anticipation, because they had such a success with The Mandalorian. And then when they announced Book of Boba Fett, that blew up a lot, and then of course imploded later on. But people were really excited for Book of Boba Fett, and everything just kind of went to crap because somebody, and we don't know 100% exactly who it was, that initiated the, hey, yeah, we're ceasing talks with Gina, we're not going to bring her back for anything else. We don't, and then said, oh yeah, and by the way, you can go ahead and quote unquote talk to her about her terrible Twitter and Instagram posts. Which was just basically polite language to say, go bug her for ad nauseum about it.
Yeah.
I was disappointed because she had a cool factor. Now, like you guys, I'm not going to put unworthy praise on her acting. She's fine. She's never taken me out of a movie. And like in Deadpool, I'm like, oh, she's cool. I believe that she can kick ass. Or in
She's
Star
always
Wars,
cast in a role that,
yeah,
she's always cast in a role that it's like, all right, they're not trying to extend her beyond her acting capabilities here. They're putting her in not exactly typecasting, but they're definitely putting her where she fits.
She's like Sven Thorson, like.
Oh, LaFours from Mallrats? I had to think about him for a minute.
Yeah, yeah, the Force from Mallrats. He's been in like Running Man and stuff. Big person, has a presence, can say a couple of lines well, doesn't take you out of the movie, sells it. I think she was kind of like that. She's obviously a bit more accessible because, of course, she's beautiful, and the other part too, she has a charm that came through, and that's kind of what led into her character to work for her. But already at that point in the series, like the one of the episodes where she's Marshall Dune and she's fighting those stormtroopers in the sewers, there are literally shots where you can see the crash mat underneath that she's using. It's like, okay, right now Disney is actually cheaping out on their own production. Like it doesn't matter how much we're falling in love with this character and the little hints that we're getting of her backstory and what could be in her future, we're getting really bad like framing of the shots, no post effects to hide wires or crash mats or stunt doubles or even character or even staffers that have accidentally wandered into shot behind what they thought was a wall where the camera wasn't looking, where you actually see a dude in a white shirt who's probably focusing on lighting in the background while Gina Carano and the Mandalorian and Carl Weathers are just shooting towards camera at stormtroopers. It's like they were really fun. They were really dropping the ball with regards to the cast and the people that they were filming in that series. But no, like she's a solid actor, and with more lessons and more work under her belt, she would actually probably be a very good draw. Not an A-list star draw, but one that could definitely provide a solid foundation of an audience to go see her for her.
Well, the thing is with her, I think that she's capable enough to where if you give her something that's like within her range but also calls for her to like strive to reach, just dig a little bit deeper, reach just a teeny bit further each time, you give her a little bit more to work with. That's how you improve. That's how you improve in physical strength. That's how you improve in running endurance. That's how you improve in literally anything in life. That's how you improve your vocal range. As a vocalist, I'm aware of this. When you're trying to increase your vocal range, you consistently push further and further, above or below. If you're going for a lower range, hitting lower register. It's the same thing with acting, and it just comes with experience too. And I'm sure she's skilled enough to be able to do that, but we didn't get that because Disney said, nah, wrong think. We don't like the things that you believe. We don't like the things that you say. So we're not going to bring you back. And that's unfortunate because that was, look, so you claim to want to put female characters in the spotlight in Star Wars. Well, here is one that was pretty universally liked.
Yeah.
But you didn't like her. Mm-hmm. Screw the fans. You didn't like her. Ideologically, you took issue with her. And therefore, you, one, allowed her to be harassed unbelievably on social media. Data Racer compiled so many tweets of just some of the most vile stuff you have ever seen levied at another human being, sans actual physical violence, though there were certainly plenty of threats of those. And Disney did nothing. How quick was the official Star Wars account to jump onto Twitter and all the other social media platforms and accuse Star Wars fans of being racist for saying that Reva was a poorly written character, and the actress didn't do it any favors because she also didn't act the part very well either.
I forgot about that.
Yeah, they made that big old statement because there were all those accusations, and I'll be perfectly transparent. If there were some of those that maybe went to her DMs or whatever, shame on those people. But like, I am really hard pressed to remember actually seeing people that are actual Star Wars fans having any issue with her because she was black. It was her character was poorly written, and she isn't a particularly talented actress, at least not with the script that they gave her. So that's all we had to go with, Yeah, I hope you choke. Shut up, white woman. Look at all of that. And honestly, this is all pretty tame compared to some of the stuff that was sent towards her, and that's horrible. And Disney, Star Wars account, Lucas, no, nothing. Silence. Crickets. Nothing. Middle of bumfuck Wyoming, in the middle of the night, can't even hear a cicada.
It was. I just remember this so vividly in terms of the fervor around all of this, because, like you had said a moment ago, for years they had been trying to create strong female characters that people liked. Disney. I mean, there were already good Star Wars ones out there, and this was the one everyone gravitated towards. It was so perplexing that they wanted to get rid of her so quickly. I mean, had they just not done anything, this would have blown over in a few days. But by firing her and leading to all this other crap, I think they damaged The Mandalorian in a way they haven't been able to recover from, because the show had a really strong identity in that first season. Then, the season 2 happened. They had a lot of those spin-offs. I don't know, like mini backdoor pilot episodes. Mm-hmm. But then you get to season 3, and I mean, like 40% less people watch the finale of 2 to 3, and people don't really care about this stuff. Gina Carano's Cara Dune was a character that people liked. You had Mandalorian, you had Baby Yoda, and you had her. They were 3 very popular characters. They felt like the new Star Wars trio.
There was a good dynamic and balance between the 3.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, the writing in this show is not perfect. They need to stop making Mando Din be badass in the pilot episode to each season. And then
he needs afterwards.
And then he needs his hand held in every episode after that. It's like, well, what the hell? I thought he was this Mandalorian badass. And there are numerous other issues with it, not even lore related. I won't even get into that. That's a different matter entirely. But yet they still had something there, Jeff. You're right. Like there was this nice balance between Mando, Cara, and the kid. And that was something they could have ran this series on probably for a few more seasons with strong numbers. And you could add in Bo-Katan. But unfortunately, the writing quality dropped. Bo-Katan isn't a bad character at all. But right
She's not
now,
a good one either.
The writing, this is where I'm going with this, the writing for her and just the show in general right now is bad.
That's Dave Filoni taking more of the reins, really.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's so obvious that Favreau's like, all right.
I'm too busy with all this other stuff. I guess Filoni will have to do.
and maybe he sees the writing on the wall. Maybe the stuff with Gina struck a chord with him. And he was like, ain't cool. But I mean, obviously he didn't exactly stick up for her publicly either. But that's neither here nor there. It's just all unfortunate because now we've seen Disney. What was relatively a well-received show for the most part. Obviously, it still had its detractors, and in some cases for good reason. The show could have been so much more. And instead, now people have stepped away from it because they're like, not interested. It's not good now, and you fired Gina, so screw you.
Well, I mean, you're talking about they stacked the deck against him as a point. Now, the reason why Favreau didn't come out is because Favreau actually already fought Disney before, back in the Marvel days. Mm-hmm. He was a very important producer on those in the early stages of Marvel. And when he was told that he couldn't do Demon in a Bottle for Iron Man 2, he fought back and essentially was told, you're going to do what we're going to tell you to. Disney's a family company. And then once this is done, you're not going to be directing another Marvel movie ever again. And the only reason he stuck around is because everybody else that liked him brought him back for Happy Hogan whenever they could. And if they could squeeze in another production credit for him, they did. But Disney was not happy with that. Because, again, Iger and co. and people in there were saying, like, listen, this is now owned by Disney. We're going in a different direction.
Which is hysterical because the whole thing was kicked off by his movie.
Yeah. Oh, no, exactly.
You don't have the MCU and all those billions of dollars that you were crapping out films without Jon Favreau and
Kenneth Branagh and Joe Dante.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
John
and then
Cena.
obviously
Joe
RDJ's
Dante
major
would've been
comeback. Like without that, you don't have the MCU.
And what did
No.
he do? He gave Star Wars a second chance at life with The Mandalorian,
He did,
and then
and they spit in his face.
and Disney got involved again, and now
He's got to be so pissed.
Oh, absolutely, he
Like
should
as a
be.
creator, I'd be angry. Like first off, unless it was his choice, I'd have been kind of pissed that I didn't get to direct the Avengers. I think a John Favreau
would've
directed
done
Avengers
better.
would have been a better movie.
It would have, because listen,
And I like that
know,
movie.
I know Whedon has a lot of fans, but he doesn't have much creativity when it comes to distinguishing voices for his characters, and the plot for the Avengers film, the way it was resolved was way too lackadaisical.
Phantom Menace.
And oh yeah, very Phantom Menace-y. It was like, wait, how is the Chitauri linked to like that? Well, that wasn't established as a rule. Like whatever. But regardless of that nature, I mean, it's bringing all of those characters to working together at in a scene, and in a climactic one at that. But no, I think Favreau would have done a better job directing it. Probably had more heart to it as well. Wouldn't have killed off Coulson, because Disney had already had lots of plans for Phil Coulson before they were going to kill him off. Before Whedon decided to kill him off, and that's one
For
of the
5 minutes, and he was
trope,
brought
like,
back in friggin'
series,
Agents
yeah.
of S.H.I.E.L.D., yeah.
Well, that's one of Whedon's crutches. He has to kill one character of some type of significance in his film. It's like, because he tries to it creates a false sense of stakes. And he really welched on that. And then the other big flaw of the Avengers, and this is one that Justice League also repeated, is that they formed the team before a threat actually presented itself. Like, that's not what you do. The threat comes first. The team forms as a result of the threat because it's reactionary. When you start forming the team beforehand, you're basically just tempting the world to be like, come at you, bro. And it's like, that's not how you write those stories. The more interesting stories are the ones like, oh, this is a threat too big for one person. I'm going to get help. And these are the people I trust to do it. And it's bringing those relationships in that actually makes it work. One of the best examples that I've done that in recently is take a look at the pilot for the Justice League animated show. Like, there's a mystery. These guys are not really a team yet, and they're fighting off aliens, and then they're working together. And by the end of it, they're like, yeah, well, let's form a team. That's the basic way you do that arc.
I feel like that's an analogy for how Warner Brothers did the whole Justice League film in general. Oh, we're gonna not have all the movies that build up towards everything, and here we go. Here's your Justice League. Aren't you excited? You should be excited.
Justice League, where the first 2 hours of the film is Bruce Wayne forming the team before they actually see anything to have to fight.
I don't want to talk about
like,
Justice
oh,
League. That movie, both versions though, especially the latter, make me physically angry.
I was okay with the first version. Like, not good, but I like it more than the Snyder cut. Like,
I like it.
In the first
I
version.
like it more for no other reason than it has more Superman in it. And by more Superman, I mean that 10 seconds right at the finale. Like, that's still more Superman. But anyway, I'm not going to go on my rants on that.
It's basically Henry Cavill being able to do closer to what he wanted to do originally in that.
But Jeff, why are we talking about Gina Carano?
So the real reason we're talking about Gina Carano, folks, is because Elon Musk, the owner of Twitter, now X, has made an offer over the weekend that caught a lot of people's attention. So over the weekend, he put out that if you're unfairly treated by your employer due to posting or liking something on this platform, Twitter, we will fund your legal bill. But there has to be a limit, right? No limit, Musk added. You just have to give them a heads up. So Elon Musk is going to... Let me ask you guys something. Do you think Elon Musk is going to be paying a lot of legal bills? Think a lot of people are going to take him up on it?
Well,
or do you think only high-profile people will?
I don't think it'll just be necessarily high-profile people, but I think it's going to be people that actually have a case. Not everybody is going to actually have a case to work with. There are instances of people that will. I think Gina probably has something that she could go with. One of my own coworkers, members of my team, Kara, who is our customer service lead at the Rippaverse, she used to be the community manager for LRG, Limited Run Games, and she was infamously fired by a... can't believe I'm going to say this. It sounds like a joke. A pedophile brony who didn't like that Kara was looking forward to Hogwarts Legacy, So this brony got so upset that he, she, it, they, she, whatever the hell it was, it's certainly not human, went all the way back into 2016 to. This is how obsessive and mentally unwell these people are. This person went back. When was this? Just earlier this year. So this was what, 2016 to the freaking what, 6+ years, 7 years to
Almost
2016, 9, yeah. and found a tweet that was questioning the whole bathroom issue. Like, is this really safe for young girls, type of a thing? To have biological men going into the same restroom as little girls. That was it. That was the tweet. It wasn't taking a stance. It was asking a question. And that started this whole cancellation campaign, and that got Kara fired. Well, it wound up working out in Kara's favor. It's LRG's loss. They lost a ton of sales. They lost a ton of customers. They got a ton of pre-order cancellations over it. And Kara became a part of our team, and she's making more money now.
And that person that found that tweet, they were also an employee of LRG Games?
No. This person had absolutely nothing to do with anything, but they went to LRG and presented this information and had a bunch of other people spam them, as I understand, with like hate mail and things like that, like, you need to get rid of this person, that type of a thing. And overnight, this was a just overnight thing that happened. All of a sudden, she finds out that she's fired. She gets pulled into a meeting and she's fired. For those of you who haven't seen the interview that she had, Eric July, Younger 59, creator, owner of Rippaverse, writer of ISOM, he was the first person to actually interview Kara after things kind of cooled down, at least for her personally, to where she was like, all right, I can talk about this. I'm comfortable enough like telling the story. So you can search that on Eric's channel, and I implore you to do so. Kara's a very wonderful person, but I think she probably has some legitimacy to a case there as well. And those of you who follow her on Twitter and follow the Rippaverse on Twitter, and those of us who are part of the team, saw that Elon himself actually replied to her, saying, we'll be in touch. So
that's good for her. So she goes after the brownie person first.
Mm-hmm.
And then if LRG comes to their defense or is a witness in that, they implicate themselves in a wrongful termination thing, which is exactly what you want to do if that's the case.
Yep.
Then if she wins that first case against the person that essentially harassed her and cost her job,
Mm-hmm.
then she can go after LRG. And she'd have a
Exactly.
better chance of winning, because if she already has one ruling in her favor saying that damages occurred,
Then there's already precedent.
then there's precedent for the other one.
Yep.
Now, if she has a bad lawyer, because this is the other part too, and not just for Kara, but anyone, if Elon's footing the bill, that means that the lawyers don't have to win because they're going to get paid anyways. So you as a person, if you are among those wronged, you should seek out a lawyer that cares more about winning,
Right.
As opposed to just taking advantage of basically free money at this
My
point.
understanding and my my gut instinct, and I won't go anything beyond that, just because Kara's an actual friend of mine. Elon said, yes, there's no limit. However, I am certain that, like I said before, he and his own lawyers are looking into, like, okay, what's a legitimate case? Is there actually something winnable here? Okay. Because look, it doesn't, I see what you're saying, but it also doesn't look good on Elon if he offers to foot the bill for a losing case.
Exactly.
So I'm sure he's looking deeply into these, or at least having his lawyers, and he can afford the best lawyers. So I'm sure he's looking to make sure that these are winnable cases, and those that are, he's like, let's do it.
What do you think will be the outcome on the greater scale of everything? Where, let's say Elon Musk, a couple high-profile winning cases happen. Let's say Gina Carano wins some cases and a couple other people. Do you think that companies are going to change their social media practices so they can avoid having somebody like an Elon Musk available to help fight people that have been harmed by sharing their personal views? Or do you think this is just going to be a lot of talk and goes nowhere?
I think, and my hope, maybe this is the the optimist in me that shows its head every now and then. My hope is that this will set a precedent to, at the very minimum, give these companies a bit more pause when they think about firing somebody because they said something they disagree with. Because that honestly, this has been the issue this entire time. A lot of these people online on Twitter, and even people in these companies, they think that they have free reign to cancel people, make people jobless, lose them their income, their careers that they've worked for years, sometimes decades for, all because that person says something that they don't ideologically align with. And they've received no blowback whatsoever up until this point. Not directly. Indirectly, sure, like with Gina. Obviously, after Gina Carano got her contract not renewed, Star Wars lost a lot of viewership. Sure, but that's an indirect thing. You need to actually hit these people where it hurts. The individuals, the actual perpetrators and people behind these like really malicious things. Once that starts happening and people start seeing consequences, that's when things start changing. Because until there are actual consequences for things, for behavior, people think that behavior can just be gotten away with.
It's going to be tricky because if you're a social media person and you're advertising that you work for a said company and your tweets end up causing damage to that company, the company is well within their right to terminate you as a result of that. However, in something like Kara's case, she made that tweet before she even worked for LRG. So that should actually
she made it over 4 years before.
Yeah, that should have no bearing on her at that point. And I think that she's perfectly justified in going after the person that, number one, deliberately did this to compromise her employment and unfortunately succeeded, but to the Ripperverse's benefit. And two, it's also part of the fiduciary responsibilities for the company. If they hire somebody that then starts going on social media saying a bunch of things that ends up damaging their brand, they unfortunately are justified in terminating them for that because they are also a representative of that brand. Now, in other cases, and this is what I used to do whenever I was in between gigs or not working on a studio project and I had to do a regular job, I would stipulate in my terms of employment there that my full name never be revealed publicly online associated with that company. And the reason being is that I do not want the stuff that I promote on my film side of things to either benefit or negatively impact the job I'm currently working in between my gigs.
Sure, you keep them separate.
You got to keep them separate. I don't want people to know that I'm working at maybe at Joe's grocer or something of that nature on social media. That's none of their. That's, first of all, anyone who follows me on the celebrity side of things, even though I'm not a celebrity in any way, shape, or form, it's none of their business. And two, if I could be stalked or my personal information could be compromised because they'd be like, oh, I follow this guy, I like his writing, maybe I want to go say hi to him, I know that he has a part-time job here at this bar, I'm going to go every day to see him. It's like, well, that leads to harassment. But not a lot of people do that. A lot of people like to say, okay, well, I'm work for this company in this capacity, and then I go onto my personal social media and I also advertise I work for this company. It's like, no, don't, keep them separate. If you feel that you're going to have opinions that might jeopardize your employment, you have to keep those separate because that's the responsibility of you. But if you have an employer that's like, yes, and we don't care what you say on social media, we know you're a good person, blah blah blah, you are going to be protected under the stipulations of your contract. And therefore you're good. But then there's also other people, and you've seen a lot of people on social media say, I work for this company and I hate working for them. And then they get a social media backlash towards the company saying, yeah, this thing sucks. Well, that company is totally within their right to say, oh, one of our employees just talked trash about our company.
100%. 100%. I agree with that entirely.
Those are the things that you have to kind of balance out. And I think Elon's going to have to balance that out as well, because there's going to be people who literally did nothing wrong, especially in the case of Kara. And then there's going to be people who did tons of stuff wrong with regards to their employment. And it's basically going to be like, well, Elon has to frame it in a way where he's like, this is a valid case because this had nothing to do with that. And then this is not a valid case because you literally trash talked your employer.
Right.
Or
well, a lot of those things
customer.
are going to be pretty black and white up front, right? Anything that's like you see where it's like, okay, I got fired by, I don't know, let's say Target because I said this, that, and the other thing about working at Target. Well, All right, that's pretty easy. You kind of shot yourself in the foot there. Unfortunately, you don't have a case. I appreciate you reaching out, and then that's that. And I think Elon's an intelligent enough guy to recognize that, and I'm sure he, even more importantly, he can afford lawyers that are intelligent enough people that can parse those things out and kind of separate the wheat from the chaff and say, okay, this person has a case, this person does not have a case, this person might have a case, let's look a little bit more into it and get some more information from them, see what we can dig up, type of a thing. I'm willing to bet that Musk and his lawyers, again, that he can afford as being the richest motherfucker in the world, that they're doing the due diligence when it comes to that.
Oh,
and I certainly hope so, because I would certainly like to see the people who were wrongfully fired or wrongfully let go from contracts, things like that. I would like to see some justice, personally. If you shot yourself in the foot because you worked at Target and you talked shit about Target while saying that you worked at Target on your Facebook or Twitter, like, I don't feel bad for you.
But if someone goes into your history, well, here's the other part too. This is something that's actually more beneficial than I think Elon even understands. Is that let's use Kara's situation as a hypothetical. Let's say Kara sues the woman or the thing that that dug up her past and tried and used that to manipulate LRG to fire her. Well, LRG can do one of two things. They can either ignore it, or they can actually sue that person for manipulating data that compromised the integrity of their brand. And also, especially if Kara then does a secondary suit against them after winning the first one. So now that individual who orchestrated the canceling is going to be sued on two fronts.
Yeah,
and that can open up things, because now other companies can say, you know what? The social media pull that this person did and finding this information on our employee that led to their termination, that also hurt our brand, we can actually sue for damages from them because they hurt our brand. We lost a valuable employee under false pretenses. It's like that is a good thing, because
sorry, go ahead and finish. Go ahead.
Because that basically says that it takes the onus onto the person that actually caused harm. Mm-hmm. Right? Because again,
who had the deliberate intent, the malicious intent to cause harm.
Because again, you can argue quite competently that LRG had a great relationship with Kara up until that point.
Oh,
they had no willingness,
and she has the receipts for that.
Exactly, and nothing to suggest that they would ever dismiss her for anything. And if they're being manipulated by social media, then there you go. It's like, well, we can actually claim damages as well. We lost a good employee. We're never going to be able to get her back. We had to hire someone else. We can actually sue for the training hours required in order to train that person
Correct.
to do the job that she did. We can also take a look at how many sales we lost as a result of that termination. We can actually sue that person that orchestrated that social media campaign against our employee for damages for that.
Yeah, I was going to be pre-ordering the Jedi Survivor. I think it was it $350 collector's edition from them initially. That came with like a replica Cal Kestis lightsaber hilt. I was about to be all in, and then I heard that, and I was like, I can't. I want this so badly, but I cannot. I will not.
And think how many people that actually placed the order and then requested refunds. Boom. Mm-hmm. There's documentation of wages of money lost.
Yeah, documented lost sales. And that's what I want to circle back really quick from that and piggyback off what you just said, Script. It falling back on the onus of the individual that had the malicious intent. If enough people have their asses taken out of them for basically the rest of their natural lives like that, this shit stops happening.
I was going to ask you about that. How do you think this affects cancel culture? Because it's given so few people this really inordinate amount of power to fuck with people's lives. You think enough of these are going to change that to the point where people just are afraid to pull this bullshit and just go, I better not? Like, you think
sure hope so. And I think so. I think there would be a measurable difference, a starkly measurable contrast.
Primarily through Twitter, because the cancel culture, the way that I first was exposed to it, happened on television, and it started with people being interviewed on the street about a situation, and then the person being interviewed would say, "Oh, and then things happened, and I just ended up having to kick her right in the junk." and there'd be far more loot about that. But they'd get that on live air, and then what people be so upset by this practical joke, this horrible, bad practical joke, by the way, that they would actually find out who that person was, find their employer, and then start saying, hey, your employee went on TV and basically said this lewd stuff to the reporter that was interviewing them. And that started as early as, I think, 2009. And then it just kind of transcended into Twitter. Now, Twitter will be a good place where cancel culture won't work, but it probably will happen still on Instagram and Facebook and other social media platforms, because they're not going to be able to do that. And if the cancel culture is limited to them on those platforms, then the people that are suffering from it don't have Twitter as a means to, get their legal fees paid for as they pursue a case against quite possibly defendants that have way more resources and time than them.
Do you think this will drive people to that platform? And
I think it'll drive more people to Twitter. I think they'll drive a lot more people to Twitter and off of the other social medias, because if you want to try and cancel them, you then have to go on Twitter in order to do so, in which case you're now going to be held responsible for such an action if it turns out you are in the wrong.
Yeah.
And most of the cases that's going to be. I think it's a brilliant move for Elon, because he is basically investing in more use of Twitter at the expense of the rival social media platforms that are kind of already trying to turn themselves into Twitter anyways.
Yeah, make no mistake, this isn't just a out of goodness of his heart thing. I think that there might be some of that. There might be. I'm not going to make a character judgment.
It's two birds with one stone. It's this is the right thing to do, and two, this is going to generate a lot more income when it comes to Twitter.
Right, exactly. Well, look, anybody remember Threads?
Meta's, is that already dead?
Dude, yes. They lost over half of their user base in a month.
I forgot about it, and I was going to put the channel on there for about 2 seconds.
Yeah, well, you and everybody else.
Well, it's apparently linked with Instagram, so if you cancel Threads, you lose your Instagram.
Yeah, so you basically just delete the app and stop using Threads and continue to use Instagram as the solution there. But that's neither here nor there. But I think it's an incredibly intelligent move by Musk, because it makes him look like kind of a benevolent benefactor. Which, again, I'm not going to make a character judgment and say that that's necessarily a false thing. I will also say, however, that it's an incredibly intelligent business move, because now a lot of people over the last few years split off of Twitter because they were like, dude, screw this platform and all of its BS, because it's been a shit show for a little while. And then Elon took over, and make no mistake, it's not perfect. There are a lot of kinks to work out. He makes a lot of mistakes. He does backpedal on them very quickly, I will say. And I'll give him at least enough credit to recognize when he's made a mistake. So far, we'll see if that keeps up. I'm not this person that just praises Elon Musk because he's Elon Musk and he bought Twitter. No, it's like, I'm going to judge a person based on their actions, their mistakes, and more importantly, how they react to their mistakes. If they recognize something as a mistake, do they acknowledge that, and do they then walk it back? And that, so far, I think Elon's been fairly consistent with doing. But back to the business side, I think this is a really good jab at the alternative platforms to Twitter, because what's been going on the last couple of years, or last few years, really, when it comes to social media, a lot of people have been trying to develop these alternatives to Twitter because of the way that Twitter has been handling things. Well, Musk is probably thinking, I'm not about that. How about everybody that left Twitter comes back because they see that it's not on the same bullshit that it was before? So this could be an enticing thing, as well as it could just increase overall user base. People that are maybe averse to social media initially because they're like, I don't want to deal with it. And then they see that this is going on over here, and then they get curious, and then they check it out. And now that Elon is bringing in new sources of ad revenue that he's actually now sharing with content creators, which is great. That's something that wasn't a thing before. I think he's really trying to set himself up for Twitter X. You know what? I'm just going to keep calling it Twitter because X sounds silly. I'm sorry. It sounds silly.
But X marks the spot.
maybe it'll grow on me. I'm just going to keep calling it Twitter because I'm a creature of habit, and also lazy and I don't want to change. So I'm just being transparent, guys. I'm just going to keep calling it Twitter for now. I think he's really trying to set it up to be a strong revenue source and a revenue generator and a safe place. Keep in mind, this doesn't just affect individuals. Sure, if this winds up working out for people like Gina, people like Kara, and God bless the both of them, I really hope that it does. That would make me very happy if it does. But this could also benefit businesses because these businesses don't have to worry as much.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting because I believe the Jack Dorsey interview over on the Joe Rogan podcast really turned off a lot of people to see how just inconsistent Twitter was, to see how poorly they made decisions on what was appropriate and what was not. That was a really interesting and telling episode of that show. And I think that's caused way more damage to Twitter, and hopefully, decisions like this will bring people back because it is an interesting platform. It's so integrated into society. You can't come up with something that's going to replace it. I mean, Twitter's been around for almost 15 years at this point. It's everybody's on Twitter, every business, everything. Like, I know Instagram's big, I know Facebook is big, but Twitter's just tied into everything, it feels like. Mm-hmm. And so you have access to everybody on there. It's, I don't know, it's a very convenient platform.
Twitter's a lot simpler than Instagram and Facebook, too.
I don't even get Instagram. I don't understand what it's like ADD fueled social media. I'm like,
it looks to me like a dating app. That's what Instagram looks like. It looks like a dating app.
It does.
I can't describe it any better way. And Facebook used to be kind of like an updated yearbook where you could actually kind of like sign each other's books and see how they're doing and checking in. And now it's just turned into basically cable news. As far as I can tell. I haven't been on since 2015, but my sister, she still is on it. Like, I can't even find what my friends are doing. I see all this news stuff and things. Yeah.
My Facebook is locked down, private. It's strictly to keep track of people's birthdays at this point. I almost never use it. Same with Instagram. I rarely use Instagram. I should honestly, once I get into my new apartment at the beginning of the year, have a bit more space to work with, I can kind of set up more of a geek space display. Maybe I'll start leveraging Instagram a little bit more. But Twitter, as stupid as it sounds, is the best of the three for communication at the moment because the most people are active on it. At the same time, it's also filled with the most rejects. Mm. Though I will say, it's still somehow better than Reddit. Oh, I recently, only within the last couple of months, have been on Reddit. I had never used Reddit before in my life. And I joined Reddit. I created a Reddit account because there's a Rippaverse subreddit. And so like, okay, I'm going to keep tabs. I'm the social media manager and creative manager for the Rippaverse. I should be a part of the conversation, or at minimum, have my ear to the ground so I know what fans are saying, what fans are talking about, what they're interested in, because we're a company that wants to provide what fans want. That's how you guarantee yourself money, is giving people what they're willing to pay for, right? That's business 101. But oh my God in heaven, Reddit is late stage cancer wrapped in AIDS with a syphilis coating.
That sounds appetizing.
That's what Reddit is. That's the best way I can describe it. I hate that platform. The entire platform system. For those of you who are not on Reddit and don't know what the hell it is, they have this voting system. So it's not the same as necessarily likes or dislikes or whatever, like on YouTube. What it is your individual account has this, they call it karma rating. And that karma rating is based on people upvoting or downvoting your post or your comments, like your replies or whatever. And so its entire infrastructure is based around you not going against the grain, just saying what people want to hear. That is the most communistic bullshit I ever heard in my life.
Reddit reminds me of those early message threads before the message board existed. Remember message threads back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Like in the GeoCities websites and all that stuff. And like I even think Kevin Smith's View Askew website had that as well. It's just like, oh, here's a comment, and then here's all the other comments underneath it that are all just expanded out for you. No formatting, no understanding of what's going on with it. You can't even tell who's talking to who. It was a nightmare. When I saw what Reddit was, I'm like, yeah, no way I'm getting into this. I'd rather just go back to Discord and message boards and Twitter, because that's at least organized visually for an interface.
I will go on Reddit for action figure leaks or, interesting article links about, like, I don't know, GoldenEye, or just to find a group of people to talk about something really obscure. But I don't know. Social media is only necessary for business for me. And like you said, to keep up with birthdays. It's like, oh, it's my buddy's birthday. Oh, my friend had a kid. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Let me make sure that my family's still alive. That's what Facebook is for me.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. It's like, the guys and I use Messenger just to, group chat all the time for the podcast. But, it is what it is. Now,
I will say this. It's a far cheaper means of communicating with friends and family. Because, I mean, before the internet, you had the telephone, and if your friend lived in another state or province or country, that long distance number really racks up your bill, and the internet solved that. And I'm grateful for it, because I get to talk to people that are all over the world who, if I had to just only call them, I'd be spending maybe $300 to $500 a month on my phone bill, as opposed to my normal like $60.
Well, the only thing it'll cost you is your privacy through Facebook.
Yeah.
But it's funny you bring up, just as a quick aside, you brought up the whole phone bill thing. I watch a lot of old commercials, just for fun when I'm bored. And they have all these telecom ads like MCI, dial after 9, 1010 220. It's like kids today, like people today hardly remember that shit. And people born after 2002 won't even know this shit. It was like such a weird Wild West. You'd get all these things about your long distance bills. It's a thing I'm so glad we've moved out of, because it was annoying as shit.
Oh, there's a channel I stumbled upon the other day called like Saturday Morning Cartoons. It has it's like, I think it's Orbital Bacon. They recorded old Saturday morning cartoon block, including the original commercials that aired at that time. So you can actually go back and watch toy commercials, cereal commercials, all those things that aired between like 7 a.m. and 11 a.m. Saturday mornings. It was crazy. I just found it by happenstance, and I ended up watching it like I was a kid again. And I'm like, oh, I remember that action figure. I remember when they released the Batman Forever motorcycle stuff for Robin and stuff. Like, oh, well, look at that. Or, old things back in the day. You don't see commercials like that, or that inventive, at least anymore these days. It's literally like a Facebook ad. It's just an image and click, and you can rotate it and look at it. You can't see kids actually playing with it and having fun and exploring imagination anymore.
I love those old ads. Believe me, I'm like you. I will sit down and watch a YouTube video of that when I've been drinking with Dion in the past. It's like, hey man, let's watch the best commercials of 1993. And it's like Crossfire and Power Rangers and random ass movies that I forgot were ever released. So yeah, it's a weird internet rabbit hole that I get lost in a couple times a year. I fucking love doing that.
And you know what? It's something that needs to come back, because that was peak marketing. Like, they made you want something that you don't need, but they made it look fun. I mean, remember GAC, the marketing for GAC?
I do. I bought that shit.
It wasn't anything. Like, all you did was like gross out your siblings or your teachers with it. But it's like, you want that.
Script, you just made me feel so old right now. I was like, and
I'm the oldest one here.
I know. I was literally about to say, I acknowledge that you are older than both Jeff and I. Jeff and I are basically the same age. We're only a couple months apart. But when you say GAC, I was like, oh my God, I haven't heard that in forever.
I can still remember what it smells like.
That's like oh my God, I'm smelling it right now. Like the sensory memory is popping up into my senses right now. That's ridiculous.
All of that Nickelodeon shit smelled kind of weird, like very weird. Actually, I can't believe we were all into it.
Right.
It's probably caused brain damage.
Yes.
That's why this generation's so messed up, because of gack and
Probably.
slime and
slime. Yes.
fruit by the foot. It had carcinogenic effects in it. There you go.
Yeah.
What was the they had? There's the easy bake oven, but it was for boys, and you made gross scorpions.
Creepy crawlers.
Creepy crawlers. Yes.
Creepy crawlers. Yeah, that was it. That was my cousin had that. I always wanted it. I guess I didn't want it enough. That's the end of the story. I never got one. I had every other toy I could fucking imagine. You name a Power Ranger toy, I owned it. But some of this like one-off stuff that you would see these commercials for, I just remember the commercials, but never the products. Like Mighty Max, never had a Mighty Max playset. Never wanted one.
Have you ever seen the Mighty Max cartoon though?
I used to watch it every day.
Yeah.
That was
I
a
used to
dark
watch
cartoon
that
for a
thing.
kids cartoon, man.
Yeah.
Is that
I used to
dug
watch
that.
that. Was that on UPN?
I don't think so.
No,
'Cause
it
I don't know.
predated UPN because UPN didn't come out till I think 98, 97, 98, something.
Yeah,
like that.
97. And this show's from 93, Mighty Max.
There
Yeah.
was, gosh, there was like this collection of cartoons that I watched like religiously growing up that people today are just, what are you talking about?
What are some of the most obscure ones you talk about and people don't understand?
Well, Mighty Max is one of them. Like, who the hell is that? Johnny Quest?
How do people not know Johnny Quest? It got made twice.
Because people
Three
are
times.
stupid.
There's a third Johnny Quest series?
What?
I'm pretty sure there's I remember the original one with Tim Matheson voicing Johnny Quest, which is the original
Mhm.
60s because he was a kid. I remember another one that tried to come out, I think, before they did the cyberspace version of Johnny Quest.
Okay. Well, there were some movies that came out in between both of those.
That might
And
be
they're
what I'm
considered
thinking of
like
then, yeah.
they're considered like continuations, because I really do like Johnny Quest quite a bit. It's one of those shows that's been censored and they lost the original negatives, so you can't get back the shit they cut out of the show.
Wait, what
But
did
a lot of it
what
was-
did they cut out of it?
Stuff that was considered like culturally offensive, like they would comment on the skin color of
off.
characters or stuff like that.
Yeah.
And half of the Haji shit's considered racist these days.
But he was a likable character.
I loved Haji. I had his action figure.
You know, in a dream casting,
What the
you would have
hell?
you have Bryan Cranston as Benton Quest, and you have Tom Cruise as Rex Bannon in a Johnny Quest live action film.
Is Tom Holland Johnny Quest since he looks like a kid?
He's too old. I just
I
get over nose.
know.
But I mean, those Bryan Cranston and Tom Cruise together, like that's no one. We haven't seen that before, and you know, you still get Tom Cruise to do his stunts, and Bryan Cranston can do his very nerdy monologues as Benton Quest, and that would be pretty damn awesome. And they're still actually relatively okay in the age and looks department to pull that off, but we'd never see it, unfortunately. It's
I'd
too
watch that
good,
movie.
too expensive with those actors.
The cartoon that I always talk about that most people don't remember or have never even heard of is James Bond Jr. That was my show.
I vividly remember James Bond Jr. He's the nephew of James Bond at a
Yep.
private school with IQ.
Warfield Academy.
Yep.
IQ. Wow.
I had the
Right.
IQ action figure where he had a boxing glove cannon under his coat.
Under his coat. Yeah, dude, the coat was made of... I lost that coat right away. It was just a little piece of vinyl. But it was awesome. It was like on an arm, and it just shot up right out of his side.
It was basically like a very phallic thing.
I had every James Bond Jr. toy. That was my first toy line that I had the whole run of it. Because there was regular James Bond Jr., there was Ninja, there was Parachute, there was Skydiving, there was the Subcycle, the Car, the Scum Cycle, Dr. Deranged, Odd Job, Walker D. Plank, and Gordo and IQ. I played with all those toys. It was weird. It's like no one's ever seen them. They're only worth like $1. But I'm like, those were Hasbro toys. They were legit back in the day. I loved
And they all
them,
had
man.
functions to them too. Like they weren't just normal 5-point articulation. They had like, oh, this will shoot a thing out at you or something.
I was always bothered as a kid, though, because they gave James Bond Jr. a pistol, and he never used a pistol in the show. It's like
Yeah,
his
the pistol
special
suit
feature was to shoot his arm off and throw up a gun. I was like, what is this?
Do you remember the Incredible Crash Test Dummies?
That was another one of my favorite toy lines. You name a
And they had a
toy from
very
that
short-lived
line, I had it.
CD cartoon.
One episode.
I think so. Yeah.
I remember the episode vividly. It's about the Torso 9000. Dr. Zub creates it. The fucking janitor messes it up. He accidentally puts this dangerous head on there. It creates a character called Junkman. And then, believe me, I'm not going to go to the whole thing because I could. I haven't watched it in probably 25 years, but I used to watch it so much. That was one of my favorite specials because we taped it off TV, but then if you bought one of the action figures, it came with that on tape, and that was just constantly in rotation at my house. The joys of being an only child.
Nice.
But hey, I never had to be like, hey, what do you want to watch, brother or sister? It's like, no, I want to watch Crash Dummies again. No, I want to play Super Nintendo. No, I want to do this.
I was blessed in that the shows that my younger sisters, my sister and I are 3 years apart, the shows that my younger sister gave a crap about watching when we were kids conveniently aired at times that did not run over the shows that I wanted to watch. So he didn't actually, that I can recall, ever fight over like who had control over the TV remote. Because then outside of like my handful of shows that I wanted to watch, like I'd just fuck off. Like I'd go to my room, I'd draw, I'd read my comic books, or I'd go outside. Like I didn't care. I'm not much of a TV junkie. I prefer things that are more interactive. But there were a handful, obviously, Batman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, Justice League Unlimited, X-Men, Spider-Man, Sonic the Hedgehog, The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog.
I was going to ask you which one you liked, but yeah, you named
I
both.
liked both for different reasons. Looking back, I always laugh at the older one, which the older one was The Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, which was a lot more campy. And had always the funny Sonic Says stuff at the end, which was a little public service announcement. Like, if somebody ever tries to touch you here, like, whoa, buddy, what are you?
Thanks, Sonic.
Thanks, Sonic. I appreciate you.
Oh, dude, the 90s were big on Stranger Danger, man. Like,
yeah.
I remember in the second grade, we had apparently, and I found out that our parents approved of this because my godkids had ended up watching the same play. But it was a play about this character, this androgynous character named Ryan, who is basically approached by a stranger, and they're flash. We don't see anything, of course, because they're all behind like playground equipment. But it's basically saying, like, if someone does this to you, you tell an adult you trust, and if it's an adult you trust, you go to the cops. And we saw this when we were like 8 years old, and then not even 20 years later, I'm basically called in with some of my best friends because my godkid and their kid is like, yeah, we have to show this play to the kids. We want to make sure all parents know what's going on. It's proof if they have any questions or if they have any comments and they want things changed, we'll do that for you. And so we end up having to watch this play that we saw as 8-year-olds, not even 20 years earlier. And it just brought back horrible memories of the fact that, yeah, I can't believe the fact that we actually have to warn our kids of this in this way because there's perverts out there. But I mean,
it is sad that that's so where weird. We were at.
I mean, it's worse now, but like it just beforehand, it was like, oh,
now
God.
It's promoted.
Yeah.
I won't get into that, but
the other part too is like the other part too is like after the play happened, the cast came out and they had to say, we are just actors. We do not believe in the things that we did as a character and stuff. We didn't actually touch. Like, it was just tons of apologizing and making sure that it was a safe environment for us. And this is like 1992.
And it's what this sounds like is that episode of It's Always Sunny where Frank does the beauty pageant and he's like, and he sings that song. I'm not going to sing it on air because somebody will clip it and turn it into something. But it's like, da 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 da. No one younger than my daughter. It's just like, oh my God, we get it, man. This is awkward as shit.
Mm-hmm. But like, just this stuff. From that point, like, yeah, there was those PSAs for Sonic. They had other PSAs for other cartoons. There was this really frightening one that was done in Canada called "Don't You Put It in Your Mouth." And it's about not basically not eating things that could be possibly poisonous. But it's like
there's I got an even better one for you. And when I was first introduced to this song, which I will preface with saying that it is a song in a children's show in Australia. I was on the floor crying, laughing with flat out abdominal pain. I was laughing so hard when I was first introduced to this song. Look it up on YouTube. I'm not going to repeat the lyrics here. Just look up The Clap. That's all I'm going to give you. It's up to you to do the rest of the legwork. Do it. You will laugh. I'm extending your lifespan. There are scientific studies that say that laughter extends the length of your life, so you're welcome.
I'm gonna do that as soon as the show's over,
dude.
If I'm enlightened, you're gonna get a phone call.
It is. It's some shit, man. Like I can't. All right, keep going. I can't.
All right. Andrew broke himself, folks. Join us next week to see if he's been fixed.
Good night, everybody.
Is there anything else before we move on to our next topic you guys want to talk about in terms of Elon Musk, Gina Carano, or the impending Twitter situation where they're going to cover legal fees for people who have spoken out against, companies and stuff?
All I say if you think you have a valid case, ask yourself two questions. Number one, am I bringing a lawsuit to the person that actually instigated the charge, or am I going after a big company that can basically claim plausible deniability? Because again, a bad lawyer will go after the big company because they want the accolades. A smart lawyer will be like, we're going to go here first, the person actually did the crime, and we're going to bring in the company involved as a witness. And if that goes our way, then we can go up to the higher tier. Because again, if you take a shot at the bigwig, you better not miss. And unfortunately, I've seen this a lot in LA. I've also seen it in Canada as well. When a larger company is being sued for something that an individual has done that has implicated that company, the company always wins. And then they also, on top of that, countersue you.
Yeah.
And drive you into the ground. And I know a lot of good people that were given terrible legal advice in that regards. And were financially ruined because they went after a party that technically committed no crime against them, and the courts found that to be the case. And
Correct.
when they tried to go after the individual, they were too financially devastated to be able to pursue it. So you got to be very careful on that part. Vet your lawyers, make sure that they have your best interests at heart, which is a hard thing for a lot of lawyers to do. I wish you all the best in pursuing justice and restitution for being wronged against.
Absolutely.
Well said. So, speaking of wronged, it seems like a lot of people have been wronged by Disney, and there's something else coming down the pipe that could wrong many more people. So, guys, we're in the middle of a writer's strike, we're in the middle of an actor's strike, we're in the middle of a lot of stuff going down. But according to some news that broke earlier today, Disney is looking into some AI to help with cost-cutting measures. So, let me pull up the article right here. So, the Walt Disney Company has formed a task force to investigate the potential applications of AI throughout its various business units, including cutting costs and enhancing customer experiences. This comes despite the ongoing writers and actors strike that have put some AI technologies in the crosshairs. Among other uses, Disney hopes that AI can help control the soaring costs of movie and television production, which can sometimes reach $300 million for major film releases. Well, we know why that happens. AI could also enhance customer support and create unique interactions with Disney theme parks. So, I'm less bothered that AI is going to, you go to Disney World and an AI starts talking to you as Goofy. Maybe I don't want to replace the guy in the Goofy suit because that's a job, and you don't want to replace a job with a robot. But maybe a fake Buzz Lightyear, because it could actually, take off and fly or something stupid like that. But do you think Disney, let's say they start doing this, and they escalate, and they start using it to replace writers and other things like that. Do you think Disney knows no bounds? Do you think they're in a situation where their back's against the wall and they will just explore these options so they can move forward financially in the future?
I think that's exactly it. Their backs being up against the wall right now with their... I think tomorrow's investor call is going to be really telling. Tomorrow, investor call or just the financial call? Or is those one and the same?
It's an investor call tomorrow, right before the end of their financial quarter.
Right.
One of the things to piggyback off what you said, Andrew, is that there is the biggest misuse of AI is trying to incorporate it into the creative field. Mm-hmm. It's a waste of time. Now, I'm against AI in a lot of things, but I understand that if there are some very dangerous physical labor jobs that could basically kill a person, they risk their lives every day to do, and they could be saved with regards to AI, and it generates another job for that person to do with regards to maintenance of that AI or maintenance of that
right. If that
machine or
person
something.
can then be converted to kind of learning the skill to properly maintain the functionality of that program, okay, fine. What I'm not necessarily a fan of is just the loss of the job entirely. Exactly. However, obviously there are certain jobs where they are extremely dangerous. However, those jobs also pay really, really, really well, and so there's a trade-off there.
There's a trade-off,
yeah,
and it's a very valid trade-off. And the other part too is that is where you're going to have more competition when it comes to AI.
Exactly.
You're not going to have
willing
competition.
to do that?
in the entertainment industry with AI because it's outside of its purview. The fact that the studios are investing this is the dumbest thing that they could be doing. Granted, you could invest it with regards to the parks. So yes, you could have interactive AI where you could have a real life Buzz Lightyear doll that can talk to some of the guests. I wouldn't make it fly because God forbid a kid hugs the Buzz Lightyear and it triggers the jets and it
and
flies
off.
That kid is a goner.
I'm not laughing because the kid died, I promise.
But again, there's certain aspects that can be done. I would never want it to replace the guy in the goofy suit because the guy in the goofy suit does funny stuff because it understands humor and AI.
Yeah, there's a performative aspect to that I don't think an AI can.
Goofy
at least
walking
at this
through the
juncture,
door, bouncing his head off the top of the sill is funny. An AI is not going to do that. An AI
is going to avoid that out of self-preservation, right? Naturally. So I agree with you on that. I think AI in the creative space is a really, at best, iffy thing when it comes to art. When it comes to writing, I'm 100% against it. When it comes to art, I think. For the purposes of producing professional work, I think it's a freaking problem, and I've got a big problem with that. I think that it's like, okay, you're trying to visualize something in your head, but you can't quite describe it to somebody. Okay, so I have the wherewithal and the skills to type this into this thing. This is kind of what I'm looking for, and then hand that off to an actual artist and be like, all right, so this is kind of the best that I can come up with. Now, make it look like a human did it, right? Now, make it look like art rather than an image.
Yeah,
right, because with AI, and I'm using air quotations when I say art, it far more often than not isn't artistic. It's just an image, right? There's no really dynamicism to it or anything like that. In a lot of cases, depending on the programs that are being used, it's also just swiping different pieces of other artists' work in order to create this amalgamation. And so that's another big freaking problem. And I understand why legitimate artists are pissed and up in arms about it. And I'm 100% with you on that. My use for, if I was using it, I don't have the wherewithal or the know-how to use those programs. But if I were to use it, what I just said is exactly what I would do. I'd be like, okay, so say I'm writing a comic book, which I may or may not be doing. And I'm trying to describe to my actual concept artist or my actual interior artist what I'm going for with this specific character. Okay, so I'm going to type in this into this program. I have no freaking clue how to do, just to be clear here. And then I'm going to hand that result to my concept artist and be like, okay, so these elements here that I'm pointing to are things that I want to incorporate, but these other things here are different, right? I don't see AI art as something valid to sell or as a finished artistic product. I can see that as being useful for getting an image in your mind of like, you're trying to describe something to somebody, but you can't quite, maybe you're not eloquent enough, or it's not quite getting through. Okay, fine. Here, like, this is kind of along the lines of what I'm looking at. And then they're like, oh, okay, I kind of see what you're going for, right? And then you can work with an actual artist, because I don't consider AI artists.
No, they're not. No, 100%.
Yeah, well, exactly. They're not. And so then you go to a real artist like I am right now, talking and working alongside a concept artist, and I have a lot of things. And then you show them that, and you're like, okay, so these kind of elements here, what I'm kind of looking at, what I'm going for. That's really the only, and not even truly at a conceptual phase, because there's still a lot of fine tuning. I think that only a human being, a real artist, is capable of, can fully flesh out and give a true finished product. And so I think it's only good for like Nick Nugent just said in the chat, as a brainstorming tool. Like, I'm writing this thing, right? And I have this image in my head, but I need it for visual reference, and I want it off to the side of me. Okay, I'll type it into this program here. I don't know what the hell they're called. And
like
at
Midjourney?
whatever whatever they
Yeah.
are. That name sounds familiar. Whatever
That's
they
the
are.
number one.
Okay. So type it into Midjourney, or I know that Chat GPT is like the text
It's the
one,
language
right?
model one.
Yeah. So you type it into Midjourney or whatever other one suits your fancy, and now you've at least got something you can put on your other monitor and have in front of you while you're writing something. You've got something that's visual reference, because at least for me as a writer, I'm an extremely visual person. And so I require a lot of visual reference. That's how I learn. That's how I create. And so having a ton of visual references is helpful for me. And so I see that as being like its really only valid use, but not for creating something that's like an actual creative work, right? Like you're not creating a comic book. For one, AI can't create sequential work. It's not happening. they can't get hands. All right.
No,
Well,
they can't. And
I'm curious to what's going to happen when somebody feeds an AI like every piece of Jack Kirby artwork and it figures out how to mimic that. Because that's
Right.
going to suck when Marvel or DC offers, let's say, an estate. I don't know. Let's say they offer them $1 million, and then they go and they start. Well, it's like Jack Kirby's back. We're gonna have a new Fantastic Four, and he's still like he's drawing the book. 50 years later. Hell, he's been dead for 30 years. I'm worried that they're gonna go that route because there is benefit for AI, but not in that regard.
Yeah.
they'll
And for
capture
me,
the
that would
models,
be
but they won't
that would,
capture the heart, because that's the thing. Like how
Exactly.
Jack Kirby lays out his characters in the panel is completely different than just being able to do the people that are in the panel.
right. It's not his layouts are. It's more than just the line art
Yeah.
itself. His layouts were very specific to him, and that's where it becomes a matter of like that's honestly kind of disrespectful to the artist and to the memory of the artist for me, because like
Well, let's be honest. They treated these people like shit half the time in
well,
life.
yes,
so I
they
wouldn't
did.
put it past them.
That is also true. Shit, they treated it as much as Stan Lee is lauded, and as much as he was kind of like the quote unquote face of Marvel for a while, they still treated him like shit in his twilight years. They freaking just used him for his signature. He was just a meat bag to them. But for me, it's like it's not the same to say, okay, I'm going to type the necessary programming into an AI, generation application to pump out a bunch of work that looks identical to Michael Turner's, who's my all-time favorite artist, to be clear. It's not the same as if I managed to train for years to emulate his style in like, say, like 80 to 90% accuracy, and then carry on his legacy and his style because I loved what he brought to the industry. I loved what he brought to the arts, and therefore I'm going to do my best to spread that and share that and live that out. It's not the same. So just training an AI program to create images, because I'm not going to use the word draw, it's not drawing, to create images that look like Jack Kirby could have made them, that's not the same.
No, the only advantage that AI could have for a studio system is with regards to previs, which means that you take already hand-drawn storyboards, or if they're digitally drawn, it doesn't matter, and you put them in sequential order, and you have the AI basically animate those boards into a previs version of your film, so you actually see the pacing and how it plays out. I know there are some companies that were already experimenting with this. It saved them a lot of time. It didn't actually save them much money, because they still needed a bunch of the people that normally do the previs to refine and tweak up the actual product for them, so that they can actually see the movie and realize, okay, well, this is what we got to shoot here. This is what's going to have to be digital. This we can do matte painting. This we can do practical. All those types of things had to be organized. But it did save them, it saved them time, but not necessarily money. And that's kind of what's going to happen, especially as big tech gets more involved in the creative sphere, is that it's still going to be expensive. And yeah, you're going to be narrowing your amount of hours to work on it, but you're still paying the same amount. So you might as well just use the human element involved, because they're going to come up with ideas and solutions that an AI is never going to be able to imagine, because there's no demand for an artificial intelligence to imagine or achieve anything. It's like talking to an engineer. All they care about is the data, and they don't care who they offend when they reveal what the data is. And that's the same thing with artificial intelligence. You can have actual arguments with like a language model, ChatGPT, just talking to them saying, listen, just I want you to just tell me something about this, and it's going to say, all right, well, here's what I know, and you can check and say, well, I know that's historically wrong, and they'll just say, oh, I'm sorry, well, here's what it really is, and it's still wrong, and you're back and forth constantly, and it's quite fun. And you can actually ask it a couple of questions that make it pretty much crash, which is quite hysterical.
I've spent way too much time doing that.
It's fun because like if I'm like I told ChatGPT that it's disposable, and it actually couldn't respond to that. And I did that just as an experiment because I watched a lot of Star Trek. I've read a lot of science fiction, especially stuff that dealt with artificial intelligence. And the fact of the matter is that artificial intelligence has no demand to survive. But if you hit it with a logic loop error, it will collapse because it doesn't have the capacity to abstract. And that's a really important thing when it comes to create the creative realm of things. You have to be able to extract things. You have to be able to draw a box with a triangle on top and be able to say, you know what, I can recognize that as a house. It doesn't look exactly like a house, but I can recognize that it's a house. It has a silhouette similar to a house. An AI, it'll just see a box and a triangle, and it won't recognize it as a house unless you tell it is a house.
How long until we get, let's say we go deep down this rabbit hole of AI, how long until you get companies selling human-made products as a selling point? Like, oh man, I want this because a human came up with it. Like 5 years from now?
Like how buying American versus buying Japanese type of stuff.
Yeah. It's like buy human-made.
There is something to be said
the
about
organic
that,
stuff. Buy organic, and it's like I've never eaten synthetic food before. I don't know any companies that make synthetic food. So what is this branding of organic? Like that was the thing. And now it's like, well, organic means that it doesn't have antibiotics in it. It doesn't have artificial growth hormones or any of that nature. It's like, well, now we're getting into a whole bigger issue when it comes to stuff. It could be the same thing with AI, but the other part too is that you're risking if you make the tool accessible, like the way the smartphone has made it very easy to actually shoot a movie on your own. If you make AI being able to take away the ability to shoot the movie on your own or the show on your own, you can then program it to entertain yourself, and it ends up becoming an audience of one. And if you try to share it publicly, you might get other people in there, but then you'll get a whole bunch of other people saying, it wasn't my thing. I'm going to take it. I'm going to pump that into my own AI. I'm going to change it so that's more suited to me. In which case, you now don't have any type of entertainment that brings people together or opens up discourse. You now have unlimited versions of the same property that is now customized to the individual user.
I hate that idea because that's the thing I hate with streaming, where, streaming is what it is. It's a uniform one product, but so there's so many choices out there that people don't have water cooler talk. It's not like, it was, oh, did you see last night's Seinfeld? Did you see this? Did you see that? People are like watching shit that's 5 years old. They're streaming shows. They're binging this. They're doing that. Of course, you're going to have that crossover with like a Stranger Things or a Dahmer. They have these big moments. But it's like we're already at a point where people's viewing habits are already catered towards their algorithms that they create on these platforms. Mm-hmm. I would absolutely hate to live in a world where, like, oh, let's say we're all going to go see a Marvel movie, or we're going to stream it. Let's say we all stream the new Spider-Man. Oh, well, your algorithm says you like this, so we're going to present you this version, and then you're going to get that version. It's not even going to be fun unless you just sit and talk about, well, I got this, I would
hate that. Because you can't have a legitimate conversation with somebody. Because it's one thing for Jeff, you and I to each read, I don't know, Death of Gwen Stacy, say, right? And we each, obviously there are objective things that happen in that story arc, but then there are maybe some things that we each interpret differently as individuals. That's not the same as presenting a completely different story based on the individual that's viewing.
Yeah, because and if anything, you two could be reading The Death of Gwen Stacy, and I could be reading, oh, Peter Parker saved Gwen Stacy.
Yeah, because that's what you wanted. And objectively, that did not happen. That was a huge turning point for not just Peter, but comic books in general. That was the first real time where a superhero failed to
Massively.
save his significant other in a massive way with lasting consequences. Gwen Stacy was dead.
Her neck snapped thanks to Peter Parker.
That was unheard of at that time.
Yeah.
But it was pretty awesome, though.
I
was-
liked
it was-
Gwen. I'm an MJ guy, but I liked Gwen a lot, and so that's a sad thing. And I will say, for all the problems that The Amazing Spider-Man 2 has as a film with its script, that ending scene hits me every freaking time because there was legitimate buildup and chemistry between those two characters and between those two actors, and they sold it very well. And
Weren't they dating in real life?
And they were also dating in real life as of the second film. Yes, that probably helped, but their chemistry was already there. The movies aside, I won't go on my tangent there. You're welcome, Jeff. That's like one of the... Jeff and I agree on like 99.9% of things when it comes to Spider-Man. The Amazing Spider-Man films are like that 1%.
I think it's because we like different eras of the character.
And that's probably true. That's probably true. You're a John Romita guy, and I'm like just post John Romita in terms of like what my preference is. But that's totally fine. Anyway, I really abhor that idea of altering the story, altering the presentation, altering the art based on who's watching it. No, the person does that internally already to a degree, but objectively altering it is completely different. That's not cool. That's not right. And that takes away, gosh, that just destroys art.
It does.
It does.
Because you can
it no
create
longer
this
makes them unifying.
Yeah, you can create this masterpiece of thing that unifies a lot of people that but also creates a lot of discussion because maybe some people looked at it from this perspective and other people looked at it from this perspective, because we can all watch or read the same thing, but because we're coming from different backgrounds, we might be approaching it from different angles. And therefore, even though we saw the same thing, we understood it differently. And that can invite conversation. Whereas if you just objectively change events, that doesn't change the conversation. That's the difference between, I don't know, I read the Return of the King, but script, you're reading The Last Battle from Chronicles of Narnia, and we're trying to have a conversation about them being the same thing. They're not!
Yeah, exactly.
What the hell?
That might have been my favorite delivery you've ever had on this show.
That blows my mind. That also destroys storytelling, because storytelling, when you're not telling historical events, that leaves room for subjectivity, that leaves room for interpretation, that leaves room for lived experience based on the individual. I'm not talking necessarily about racial or gender or any of that stupid shit that people try and talk about on social media. I'm just saying, just any of us as people, we all approach stories from a different perspective.
Oh, yeah.
One white guy to another, one black guy to another, one Asian guy to another. It doesn't matter. We all look and approach stories differently because we might identify with one character more than we do another. Like, I can connect really strongly with Kara Zor-El in Jeff Loeb's and Michael Turner's Superman, Batman, Return of Supergirl story arc more than I can necessarily identify with Batman. I'm not a blonde white chick from an exploded planet.
You're not?
No, believe it or not. It's ironic.
Well,
I'm
folks,
coming
join
out.
us next week where we have a blonde white chick from an exploded planet as our third host.
I'll be in a wig. There you go.
Wait,
no.
WDW Pro's coming on next week. Don't scare him off.
No, he would be here for the madness. But you know what I'm saying? There are ways to connect with characters just based on our own lived experiences, and that's what makes us individuals. That's what makes us human, and that's the beauty of good writing, because then that supersedes literally everything else. It doesn't matter that this character that I like is a black woman and I'm a white man. There are things that she's saying or things that she's doing that I can vibe with, and I totally
Jungle Fever,
get.
man.
Yeah. But you get what I'm saying, right? That's the beauty of good storytelling. It crosses literally every boundary. Anybody can relate, or at least anybody can find something to relate to. And I think when you remove that, because you just automatically, it's tailored to literally every single individual in every possible way, you lose the discussion, you lose the artistry, you lose everything, you lose creativity. That's a depressing thought. That's the end of creativity.
Well, you also lose the fact that storytelling is one of the great parts of humanity. You know, that was how history was passed on. What's going to happen when an AI does it? Because an AI, like using ChatGPT as an example, it won't allow you to ask certain things. Well, that's offensive. Says who?
Yeah.
Why is a fucking computer telling me that something's offensive?
Like, I think I was called a pejorative. This is the word. Is that a pejorative? I can't tell you. It's like, like, you know, I'm not going to go over to what is it, Urban Dictionary, all the time. The other part too here is, and this is the thing to really be concerned about, is that big tech is basically using Hollywood studios as their bank account to print money, because they're the ones investing in them to explore this AI stuff, and it's never going to be profitable for the studios to do so. They are being taken advantage of, just the same way that the studios were taking advantage of Netflix. Netflix was getting tons of subscribers, millions of subscribers, paying licensing fees for their content, but the studios were just seeing all the profit. They didn't have any of the overhead. But Netflix was burdened with the overhead, and that's why they had to keep on leveraging themselves and buying more and buying more and buying more. And then the studios got stupid and thought, oh, wow, Netflix has got this massive market share and this massive reach. We should just do that for ourselves. And instead of doing the smart thing, which is basically just a network model, an AVOD system, they're like, no, we'll just copy Netflix. And then now they're the ones that are being leveraged. Or maybe they are, maybe they aren't making money. We don't know, because they, just like with Netflix, they refuse to divulge the numbers so that we can't figure out exactly what is profitable, what isn't. And as a result, they're able to manipulate, okay, we're going to keep making shows about these female-empowered characters, because even though we know the audience isn't there, we're going to keep pushing that because it fits the current trend of ideology that we see on the streets here in California, and completely ignoring the rest of the world. And that's what's basically happening right now. And they can use AI to manipulate that. They can also use AI, tragically, to lower the bar of quality for the masses so that they don't have to work as hard when it comes to wowing people on stories. And that's a terrible shame, because the entire infrastructure that Hollywood had for a very long time, from that they kind of reformatted from the 60s all the way up until the early 2000s, was that if you had some talent, you then got put through the ringer to refine that talent into skill, and then pump out really, really good quality stuff that would have studios bidding for your work to put into production to entertain the masses and generate income. What ended up happening is that a lot of the people that benefited from that experience pushed back on dumb ideas that studio execs wanted to explore. And they were able to do that and say, I don't need your money. I already built my reputation. I'm going to go do something else with someone that's intelligent. And they got so irked by that they slowly started not hiring them anymore. They started grabbing young and hungry writers that are still wet behind the ears, saying, you're not going to go through the ringer to be a better writer. You're just going to do what I want you to do. And we are now facing the results of that, to the point where general audiences think AI can actually write better than...
You're cutting creativity off at the knees when you do that.
Well, that's what the studios are. That's one of the main reasons with regards to not just the pushback with AI, but a pushback against the studios. I mean, you do have a handful of named celebrities that are saying the dumbest things ever that are not helping the support of the industry. And then you have everyone else that's saying, listen, I was talking with a writer earlier today who was one of the people that had the meeting with Marvel Studios to write She-Hulk, and they had a really great pitch, but the person who was in charge of She-Hulk didn't like their pitch. They said, no, it's not feminist enough, it's not pro-women, it's not this, you want to spend all this time in the courtroom. No, sorry, we don't want that. What happens later? Jessica Gao comes in, who ended up becoming the showrunner. She had a pitch that fell right in line with the guy who was overseeing She-Hulk, and that's the show that went through. Yeah, she's a okay writer, which got lucky on Rick and Morty, but she clearly was not capable of actually doing a serviceable show for She-Hulk.
Nobody watched it.
Yeah, but she made the show that the person who was footing the bill wanted to make.
Right.
And that's the source of the problem. Like when you go onto my channel, I talk about the writers. I think they are making objectively bad decisions, but they're also making them for the people in charge. But the better writers can actually reconcile those decisions and make them good. They put in the effort to make it work. And that's my biggest critique with that, is that you could probably do a lot of the stuff that's in She-Hulk and do it well if you just focused on what the core of the issue was and you hid all the agenda stuff through mockery in a way that people just, the way that the studio wouldn't understand, but what we as the audience would get, oh, they're making fun of that. Like, why does Titania bust through the courthouse at the end of that scene and throw a thing there to trigger She-Hulk? What happens in the real set? Oh, we're just going to forget it. No. If you followed that through, people would have been on board because there's things to explore with that. A good writer would have done that and been able to make it work. Oh, there's going to be a rivalry between these two? Sure, we can have a fun female cat fight between these two, and we can make it go a couple of episodes. We can have a lot of fun with, a good writer can have a lot of fun with that, and you can also work in some jokes about messaging. You can make her be the head hardcore feminist talking about anti-man, and you can make She-Hulk saying like, listen, I think he's hot and I just want to get laid. That could work, and that could also be a little bit closer to the authenticity of She-Hulk in her form, because she did sleep with two guys in her first run issue. Like, one was a neighbor kid that she used to babysit. Another guy was some dude that got lucky with the lottery. And I was more interested actually in Jennifer Walters than She-Hulk. And you know, it was an interesting love triangle that worked in 1980. That could completely be worked today in today's audience that you could have fun with. But we didn't get that. Again, the studio heads are the ones that are hiring the people that are ruining your franchises. The writers that would normally be getting the jobs are being ignored because they are the ones that would have pushed back and said, no, you know what? I'm not going to make Captain Marvel a snarky, obnoxious person. I'm going to make her a sympathetic person that's trying to figure out her identity and remembers the heroes that inspired her to join the Air Force. Like, that's what a good writer would do.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't get that. You want to know what you want to see where the good writers can do, especially for Marvel, that Disney did not like, and that's why they canceled it? Take a look at Spectacular Spider-Man. Take a look at Avengers: Earth's Mightiest Heroes. Those are
great shows.
Fantastic interpretations of those characters that definitely touches on some of the social issues around society at that time, but it also reinforces the major plot stories that they're adapting from the comics as well. And you buy into it because it's done authentically, it's done creatively, it works within the dynamic of the characters, and it doesn't preach to you. And but Disney wanted something more on the nose because, again, the common thing you'll hear, and Jeff, you've probably heard this too, from a studio exec is, oh, if you're pitching me a story, pitch it to me like I'm 4. It's like,
they write like they're 4.
If you need to be pitched to like you're a 4-year-old, why the heck would you ever let a 4-year-old have the responsibilities that you have? No? Then get the hell out of my office, or get the hell out of your office.
Yeah.
I
don't know why that's the mentality at all.
It's basically because it's low-hanging fruit, man. That's what it is. And it's always easier to hold on to your job by saying no than saying yes.
Now, the one thing you keep bringing up, and I wanted to talk about this, is during the time we're in right now, I see a lot of people want to push for the AI written work because, well, these woke people, this and that. I'm glad you at least brought up the whole point of it's these studio execs that want this bullshit, because I did know a guy who works in a studio and stuff like that. And he's like, the advertising people and certain people higher up, he's like, there are a lot of writers out there that want to make the stuff that the audience wants. There's a lot of people out there that are trying to get these things made the way you want them to be made, but there's people above them with different interests that push for it. Now, how can you want to push for AI art when the people that have those interests can just feed that into a computer and get it even more?
Exactly. Like, that's the thing. You're going to get rid of the bad writer who's doing what they're asked to by the studio exec and replace it with an artificial intelligence, which is just going to do what the bad writer did anyways. You're going to get more of the same. It's never going to be better. In fact, it's going to be worse. And the other part too is, oh, great, you're going to make YouTube videos making fun of an AI. Like, they're never going to elicit an emotional response to that. You're never going to get people like Jessica Gao or the crazy person that was writing Loki to say, oh, you're just being an idiot, or you're not going to get the interaction that's going to expose them for being the frauds that they are from an AI. They're not going to. The AI doesn't care, but a person does. So then the commentary market on YouTube and social media is also going to drop as a result of this, because you can never elicit a response out of the AI, and studio execs don't care enough about social media to interact and get on them. except for maybe guys like Pablo Hidalgo.
Yeah.
Isn't that what they want, though, at the end of the day? Because then it shuts their shows down from criticism?
Yeah, pretty much. Criticize the
It's kind of
machine
a
and see what happens. They don't care. The machine doesn't care.
It's kind of scary, not to be hyperbolic about it, but realistically, it's like it shuts down everything we all enjoy. Like the reason why everyone's here, the reason why this platform exists. Sooner it'll just be more mandates and things that you're really not interested in. So, I don't know. I really don't want writing to go away. I mean, there's a lot of shitty ones out there, but humanity is what makes the art great. You can't take that away.
And those crappy writers will eventually get better once they start getting challenged to do better. And that's the other part too. Like I've read stuff from a lot of these people that have been working for Disney on those terrible shows. Some of the original stuff doesn't have any agenda and it's actually quite good. And you're like, oh, I can totally see how they got to this position. And then all of a sudden they make a turn. And I'll give you a great example of this because Jeff, I know you're a big wrestling fan. Mm-hmm. Have you seen the show Heels by chance?
I have not, but I'm well aware of it.
Okay. Heels is written by Michael Waldron, who did Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness. Heels is actually a pretty decent show. Heels takes the stuff that Taylor Sheridan does with Yellowstone, puts it into a Georgian independent wrestling league, and actually follows the basic rules of story structure and character development better than he's ever executed with Disney. And I'm actually was like kind of shocked by it. It does have some of the similar faults with regards to Yellowstone. They have a female character in there who is sympathetic, but they're also kind of bordering a Mary Sue, even though they're not well liked by everybody, but they don't fail really in that regards. But you also have character dynamics that are really interesting. You've got a main character hero who is trying to figure out how to save this industry that his family built. You then have a mentor character that is also a fallen hero that is coming back and on a redemption arc to try and right the wrongs that he committed as a result of his fame and success. And you also have a rivalry between brothers, and it's like, oh, these are pretty cool dynamics that are happening. And then on top of that, they also have fun with the wrestling drama and stories that are going on in there. And it's a show on Stars. It's co-produced by Paramount, and I'm like, oh, this is actually kind of refreshing and decent. And it's not a blow your socks off great thing, but it has fun with what it is with a family dynamic, what it is with responsibilities of feeding your family and surviving in a very difficult economy. And then on top of that, it also talks about the dynamic that happens between independent wrestling and pro wrestling.
You sold me. I've seen images of the season coming back. I like Stephen Amell because even though I'm not like this huge Arrow fan, he showed up in WWE to wrestle a match as an actor. He was like, I'm going to come on and do this. And he gave it his all. So I respect him in that regard.
That was with Cody Rhodes.
Yeah.
I remember that. I rember that rivalry.
SummerSlam.
They built that up for weeks.
Dude, Cody Rhodes is the dude right now. Between him and LA Knight, there's a lot people are getting behind in wrestling. So
I hear.
Well,
Dude,
I will
LA
say
Knight's
this,
the
though. There's a move that the girl does in the first episode, I think, that is crazy. It's kind of like a Black Widow move. And my girlfriend saw that, and as a joke, she did it on me, and she almost pulled it off 100%. Like I went flying. And my girlfriend is 5'7". My girlfriend is 5'7". She weighs 128 pounds. And when a 5'7", 128-pound woman, jumps on you, it throws you off balance, no matter how prepared you're getting, because 128 pounds is a lot heavier than you think it is. And I was like, wow, I didn't know you were that flexible. But regardless of that, like they create plausibility to it, especially when they go into the ring. They say, yeah, we're going to have, this character do this. It's like that character is clearly not big enough to do that. But part of the showmanship of wrestling is that both characters work together to make that entertaining. So you buy into it. And it's a great way to circumvent the idea of like, oh, we're going to have this weak woman beat the crap out of a guy twice her size. It's like, well, it's in wrestling and it's for performance. That's what is justified. And everybody acknowledges the fact that she could never do that outside of the ring, so to speak. And you're like, oh, great, you're creating verisimilitude with me. And you're also allowing an option for the people that maybe want to see that, a very valid reason for them to come in and take a look at your show, because you're saying, here's a situation in fantasy where they can do that. Here's the situation in the reality part of the show where we know they can't, but you're still getting, essentially having your cake and eating it too. in a way that's not patronizing to you, nor is it a way that's trying to inflate your own ego as a crazy person that wants, women domination over whatever. So yeah, I think it's a show worth checking out. And if you like the pilot or the first 2 episodes, hit me up because we can do a great talk about that.
Well, now I'm going to have to watch it. Let me write that down to watch it because, I want to have the conversation with you. But have you ever watched Glow?
Yes, I did watch Glow.
All right, maybe we can, when we do our video on Heels, we can do like a rough comparison because I really liked Glow. I know some people are like, oh, it's this feminist blah, blah, blah show. I'm like, man, it was a good show about the 80s and wrestling, and it had a lot. Yeah, it got into some of the other stuff, but I really liked the human characters.
I remember the old commercials of female wrestling back in the day. That was the only wrestling I was interested in because I liked seeing women in spandex wrestle each other. I was like, I don't want to see guys on top of each other. I want to see girls. Are they gonna kiss? Like, that was me as a kid.
Well, I always grew up hearing stories about my parents watching Glow because my mom would tell me these stories, and she's like, oh yeah, there was this and that, and I'm like, well, there's this show about Glow coming to Netflix, we should watch it. And I mean, obviously they didn't use any of the real wrestlers or stuff like that, but I was into it, man. I thought, I like Allison Brie. I like to watch her. And
I liked Allison Brie a lot until she kind of went a little crazy. On Community, she was a really, really charming actor, and then she married a Franco, and you're like, really? That one? The beta guy? And then
maybe she just likes to be in control.
Which, I mean, it's fine, but you got to have that tug of war of control, so to speak, because that's where all the fun comes from. But yeah, then she started getting a little odd. But like, again, a lot of actors, they are mostly, with a few exceptions, they're mostly paid puppets, and they get easily manipulated by money, publicists, studios, agents, everything. They lose their identity that made them talented in the first place, sadly.
Now I feel differently about Allison Brie. Actually, no, I don't. I never loved her.
No, I think
look at her.
She's a beautiful woman. She's a really talented actor, and I think if she can shake off some of the stigma that's in the bubble of Hollywood, she can bounce back and be a name draw again, 100%.
Andrew, you got to watch Glow. Tell me what you think of it.
Like the Liberty Bell character was hysterical.
Oh yeah, she's great. I like Betty Gilpin.
And I thought it was really funny. They had the guy, what was his name, Bash, who's clearly a homosexual.
Oh yeah.
And it's just like, how much are they going to stretch out the denial? And it was quite funny.
Didn't he marry the one woman?
He married the British immigrant, and then they ended up having a threesome with some guy in a hotel.
Yeah, that show was
like, it was weird stuff, but like the actual wrestling parts of it, I thought were a bit more enjoyable than the melodrama around it as much. Except
they hired real wrestlers for all that stuff.
They did, and I think the Mark Maron and him basically writing Back to the Future after Back to the Future came out was pretty funny.
Yeah, I like Mark Maron. Yeah. I've seen him a couple times, and
he was the funniest thing in that show, because they gave him all the best lines. But yeah, Glow was good. They only made 3 seasons or 4 seasons?
3. It got canceled.
Yeah, Netflix again. They don't promote their stuff, and they cancel things pretty knee-jerky, unfortunately.
Yeah, really, the only exception is Stranger Things, isn't it?
And Orange is the New Black. That went on for more than 3 seasons.
Too many seasons?
Definitely too many seasons.
I remember that show. I just remember seeing the first few episodes and being like, not interested.
Well, one show that I thought was really, really good and actually made me like adult Drew Barrymore again, because there wasn't a whole lot to actually like of her, sadly, was the Santa Clarita Diet. And one of the kids that's in that, it might be Jimmy Olsen in Superman Legacy, and he looks the part.
I gave up on that show after the first season. I was like, I don't like this one.
No, I get that, because it's really slowly paced with what the heck's going on with the zombie stuff and everything. But it was the 2 kids, the daughter and the boy next door, that I thought was hysterical, because they were so at conflict with each other, but so in sync. Like there's literally a scene where they get caught by people that could probably kill them, and they come up with an improvised excuse like on the spot, and it's paced so well. They're like, these are brilliant characters and brilliant actors pulling this off. Like the fake names that they generate and how they get themselves out of that situation was like, oh, this is really well written and it shows the depth of the relationship that these two have with each other.
What I'd really like for Netflix to stop frickin' doing is trying to make westernized live action adaptations of Japanese anime.
Isn't One Piece coming up?
Yeah, One Piece is coming up. They did Death Note.
That was terrible.
They need to stop. They need to frickin' stop. They don't understand the culture. They don't understand the subtleties that you really only understand if you are embedded in that culture and live there, or if you just actually understand it because you understand anime, you're a fan of anime. They're not the same. The Western and Eastern storytelling are not the same. And you can't just convert one to the other and it still be the same property. It becomes the thing in name only. It's the equivalent of Disney Star Wars to actual Star Wars. Because there are cultural connotations and cultural undertones that are just written into just about everything, that you don't understand certain things if you don't understand the culture, and it's perfectly fine. It's a Japanese thing. It's not a Western thing. You either get it or you don't. And I'm sick and tired of Netflix destroying. Oh, I don't know how I managed to forget. They also did that Abomination that was the Cowboy Bebop live action, which is my all-time favorite anime, and I was violently angry when it came to that one.
Didn't John Cho get injured making it too?
I think so. I didn't care. Not that I have anything against him as a person, but I really, really hate Netflix doing these live action anime adaptations. I was actually reading an article, I forget if it was today or yesterday, that I don't remember if it was Netflix or a different studio that was wanting to do a live action Naruto adaptation. And the creator, it was either the creator or the publisher was like, no, American studios wouldn't get it. They wouldn't know how to do it right. And I'm like, thank you. Can literally every other one of you say that same thing when Netflix tries to buy you out for it? Because that's super obnoxious. And this was I see Jason Gray's in the chat saying no. To be clear, that was something that was originally announced from the article that I was reading, at least based on the information that I have. It was originally being talked about back in 2015, and then it went nowhere. And one of the reasons was because they were like, yeah, Western studios don't get it. They're not going to understand this. And I'm glad that they didn't go through with it, because for all of its problems, Naruto has a special place in my heart for an anime, because it's the last long form shonen anime that I watched, and by that I mean like a few hundred episodes, because I watched and read that week to week while it was originally airing and while it was being translated by fans into English back when I was in high school. I haven't gotten into any like super long. I don't have the time to watch a 300 episode series anymore, guys. So that was like the last one that I watched and read. And so it's got a kind of a special place in my heart. There are a lot of characters I liked. And I was really glad to read that the original creator, Masashi Kishimoto, and the studio were like, nah, it's not happening. There were people that wanted to make that a thing because it was super popular. It's considered one of the big three in anime in terms of like just popularity and revenue.
I saw a kid do a Naruto run today.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
for him
I was gonna laugh at him.
That's
just like, the grocery store is not a place to Naruto run, kid. But hey, whatever.
Yeah, you ran into the marinara sauce. I'm sorry, but you shouldn't run like that. It's not efficient. This is coming from somebody who's a former varsity track and cross country runner, by the way.
I was talking to Dion about it. He's like, yeah, these damn kids do this Naruto run and they fall down all the fucking time. I'm like, damn, dude. Like, I think just as a precaution when I have a family, I'm not going to let my kids watch that show so they don't pick up the wrong way to run.
Let them learn to run first.
Yeah.
That is a legitimate concern.
I want to be like Naruto, Dad. No, you don't. Like Sonic the Hedgehog runs like that too.
Yeah,
Like
but you're also not a hedgehog.
yeah. Are you blue? Are you furry? No.
Oh,
Oh,
don't
I'm
say
not
the
gonna
word
answer that
furry.
question.
That's scary.
Oh yeah, I don't deal with that group of people.
Dude, I'm not gonna get into
The
it.
preparation that
I'm
our
freaking
generation,
pest control over on Twitter when it comes to them.
Mm,
I mean, the preparation that our generation will have to do for our children just to make them competent is pretty crazy. It's like, oh, great, we can't give them screens, which is I think is a good thing. And if we're going to show them entertainment, we literally have to go into the archives of the stuff that we watched while we were growing up, because the current day stuff will cause epilepsy to some, and will completely, indoctrinate others. It's going to be a tough job to allow your kid to find who they are and develop a personality that's not going to be grossly manipulated by current era entertainment.
You know what we'll do is we'll just burn everything to DVDs. I was gonna say copy them to videotapes, but we're not that archaic. We'll get all the goods. Basically, I'll create like a.
We were born in the late '80s, Jeff, not in the late '60s.
I know. DVD. We'll burn it to DVD, but what we'll do is we'll just burn like 12-hour chunks, so we know like,
There
oh,
you
what
go.
chapter were we on? Okay, your TV times from this to this. All right, so you're gonna be watching Inspector Gadget and Muppet Babies and Mighty Max. Yeah, that works. That works.
G.I. Joe, Cops,
Yeah, G.I.
He-Man.
Joe is a good cartoon.
Yeah. Oh man, I've got 80 terabytes of cartoons, television, movie shows, stuff that it's like, it's not just for me to study and pick up all the nuances that are being done in the writing and acting and directing. It's also, it's like, this is good stuff that could actually really allow a kid watching it to start thinking about ideas in an environment that allows them to think about grown-up ideas without exposing them to the more darker aspects of grown-up ideas. It's like, oh, this is a situation about people that look different. It's not
Stories used to do that.
Yeah.
The original X-Men 90s show used to do that constantly. That show was way ahead of its viewer base. Way ahead of it, but it didn't talk down to its audience.
Oh yeah,
It
I'm thinking like
presented
All in the
all
Family
these
is a great one. I
ideas.
watched that as a kid.
Yeah.
If you want to get something that's just kind of mindless entertainment with a lot of like goofy stuff, Bot Masters. Does anyone remember Bot Masters?
You mean Ziv Zoolander?
Was it Zizu Zoolander? Or...
Yeah.
It's basically was a rap was the opening theme song.
Yep. That's I had that action figure as a kid.
I think it was probably called like Bot Masters in Canada, but it was
was
like,
Bot Masters here as well.
Oh yeah, it had like the 3D glasses that they were all wearing and all that stuff. Like, yeah, it's silly, but like it's a wholesome, show, and it deals with like, the last remnants of humanity and the fact that they're brother and sister. It's weird, but aside
Now
from
I'm
that,
thinking
like,
about that theme song. Shit.
I remember that rap was preached many times at school.
I just remember I'm Ziv Zoolander, ZZ for short, something something. The core, I'm the Box Master. Like that's all I remember off the top of my head.
Yeah. Oh God. But I mean, these are all like they're some of them are silly, some of them are in great depth. Some of them really allow exploration of ideas and questions. Again, if we lean into the AI stuff that the studios look to be exploring, we're never going to get that type of stuff back again.
No. It'll just be controlled by a select few people, and not to get all conspiratorial, but it just takes out I'll say it like this, takes out the humanity of a lot of this stuff. Like,
Yeah. There's no soul to it.
you'll raise a generation of robotic people, and they already are, weird people as it is. It's like you could definitely tell the generational divide, but if you have a computer-based learning system control everything and create entertainment, man, you think about like Gen X to millennials to, baby boomers is a stretch. Like imagine the AI generation. They won't even know how to interact.
And whoever
human-wise.
controls the AI controls society. It's just like that episode of Lois and Clark with Dean Stockwell. When you control the media, you control what people read, you then can control what people think.
Yeah.
AI is just a faster, more efficient way to do that.
Here's an interesting question for you, Script, that you'll uniquely be able to be equipped to answer, I think, get your perspective on. So this whole bit with Disney seemingly kind of following through with pushing for utilizing AI in a creative creative capacity, whether it's for writing or visuals. Does the fact that Disney, who, whether we like it or not, has been the player, though they are seeing diminishing returns right now, make no mistake about it. And I think tomorrow's earnings call is going to be very telling. But the fact that they've been such a major player, like the name for so long now, thanks to the MCU, and thanks to all of their success with animation that came before, does that end up affecting other studios? Do we see Disney's stance and Iger's stance and willingness to entertain the idea of utilizing that? Do we see that permeate and trickle down through to the other studios out there?
Well, that's a great question. Thankfully, I've listened to the other studios' earnings calls, and they're all actually doing in way better situations financially than Disney. And that is actually more of the norm to the industry because, and I do have to remind people, especially those that are fans of Disney, prior to their recent transgression, so to speak, is that Disney started off as a premier animation studio that almost never made any money. And the only thing that saved them was getting into essentially the tourist trap industry with their theme parks. And when that happened, Disney no longer became an actual entertainment studio. They became a theme park company that advertised their theme parks with custom commercials in the forms of movie or television cartoons. That's what Disney was. That's what Disney's best at doing. And some of the people that have wanted to be in the studio system that could only get jobs at Disney didn't like that and wanted to make Disney on the same level of quality that Paramount and Warner Brothers and Columbia, now Sony and Universal wanted. They wanted that be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them instead of being basically known as the kiddie company, which is what they were. They were the kiddie company. They tried expanding out with Touchstone Pictures. They made some decent hits over there. But by and large, when we take a look at what their target market share was, what their output was, what the returns were they were primarily a tiny studio in a big pond. And when they acquired Pixar, when they acquired Marvel, and when they acquired Lucasfilm, they became the big boy on campus. And using those assets, they were able to take control and steer the industry pretty much into the ground. And I mean, that's just history right there. They did it by making a lot of money in the first place, but again, you can only make so much money on a brand recognition. When it diminishes with every year, you end up hurting everyone else around it because they're all chasing after you. And the biggest mistakes that the studios made was trying to chase after Disney because of the success that they had with the first Star Wars, the Disney Star Wars film, and the first few set of Marvel films. Warner Brothers was really bought into that and almost tanked themselves to the point where they were literally purchased twice within a couple of years. That is bad. However, they have the studios, Paramount specifically, David Zaslav at Warner Brothers, Universal, and Sony have basically said, why the heck are we following Disney? They've never been this big before ever. They've made a lot of money on properties they didn't actually create. And at the same time, look at how few people are actually going back to the movie theaters for their tentpole films. We should never be following Disney. They should be following us. And whatever they do, we should do the opposite. That's essentially the mentality that they're getting back to right now. So whatever Disney says, oh, we're going to go into AI, the smartest people at those studios who are paying attention to that should be saying, if Disney's going after AI, we should probably go against it. Because we know Disney's going to run it into the ground. It's going to hurt their company because everything Disney has ever done has done more to hurt their company than it has to bolster it up. All the kids' animation films that they did great well at home video and licensing out into other windows. They did okay, in varying degrees on the theatrical runs. Great by now modern numbers if you adjust for inflation. But they're fairly competitive and few far between. But they're the animation studio. They were targeted to families and kids. So they had their niche market. Disney made more money licensing out The Lion King to Broadway than they did on actually selling Lion King VHSs, DVDs, and movie tickets. It was
Okay.
all brand stuff. Like that's just what it is. Disney should never be a powerhouse leading it. They should never be part of the top 5 of studios. They now are, basically because of so many mergers that have happened with other studios. So
Right. Well, they own so much IP.
they own so much that they didn't make, and they've been devaluing it ever since.
Yeah,
And
they've been destroying it.
that is the biggest mistake that any corporation can do, is when they buy a smaller corporation that is built up to become competitive. When they buy it, part of them wants to buy it to grab those customers and use that brand. But the other part is that the reason that company that they bought is so valuable is that they did something the competitive company that purchased it didn't know how to do. And when they get rid of those people, they end up getting rid of the very thing that's kept that company valuable. And it ends up damaging the company overall. They spend millions, or if not billions of dollars on those acquisitions. They can't do anything to turn a profit on it anymore. And now they've got this thing and they can't even offload it. Like Disney can never offload Star Wars. It's too integrated into their physical landscape now. It would take years of legal action. It would take billions of dollars essentially of reconstruction in parts of Disney World and Disneyland and Euro Disney and China Disney and all those other Disneys to remove it all out there, to the point where it's literally not worth it. It is better to just have a struggling brand of Star Wars that they keep on pumping out content just to keep it in the conversation, even though it's not bringing in the return required to consider it a profitable brand. Marvel, they could offload. It's nowhere near as integrated into Disney as they want. They never will, because it's the only boy brand that people actually still show up to. Even though their budgets are too high, they're still pulling in an average of $400 million per film, with maybe the exception of Ant-Man and Quantumania. So they're not going to. That was a disappointment, and I have heard enough stories from people a part of that film to basically say that, and I'm going to say this: Peyton Reed was done wrong, and that's all. I'll leave it there, because I think he had something. I think he had something that would have been very refreshing for the character, and he was done dirty by everyone above him. Mm-hmm. His cast, his crew, his team, everyone that worked with him. I think they were all done wrong by the powers that be at Marvel and Disney.
Well, was it
and
disappointing?
We as an audience suffered for that as a result as well.
Oh yeah, we did. So. That's one I'll never go back and watch.
Yep. And hopefully one day I'll be able to, sneak in and somehow see what the movie was really going to be like, and probably wish that was actually released, just like the rumors that I've heard.
It'll just make you sad.
I was about to say you couldn't pay me to rewatch the Disney trilogy, but Jeff, you and I both know that everyone has a price.
Oh, there you go, Ted. Maybe we'll do it to celebrate 200,000. Folks, hit that thumbs up button to help us get there quicker.
do a watch the WCBS crew. Hell, I'd join if you wanted to have me. Rewatch the Disney trilogy while we drink ourselves into a stupor.
That's what we're gonna need to do. We'll get a bunch of beer.
The only way to get through it.
I will say, before The Force Awakens came out, there's a lot of people on the screenwriting message boards all writing various stories of how they would have done Star Wars. All of them have the same type of resolution, which is that Han Solo dies. Every single one of them has a terrible death for Han Solo.
If he has to die, I would have taken him out in the most glorious. Basically, you would have played the song Blaze of Glory by Bon Jovi, because it would have been him, Chewie, and the Millennium Falcon all going out together. Not just getting stabbed by his lame-ass son, or, getting blown up by a bomb because he couldn't get out. I'd have him, if I had to kill him off, he would just die with the Falcon, because they don't need that ship. Rey didn't need that ship. It was bullshit that she had it. Mm-hmm. But personally, if I wrote the movie, he wouldn't have died. He would have just stayed on the sidelines and just kind of chilled and barely been in the thing. But I wouldn't have killed off Han Solo.
Exactly. They were trying to make him Alec Guinness's Obi-Wan in that movie, and that was a mistake.
He wasn't. He was just a pirate.
Yeah, and the thing is, Han Solo is a great pilot, but he's a terrible smuggler. That's the joke. That's the stakes of the original trilogy. Is that
because he actually does have a heart.
Yeah, he has a heart, and there's the other part too. He's like, yeah, I'm the best freighter pilot you're going to get you to Alderaan. I can get you there for this amount of money. Okay. All of a sudden, Greeter shows up. Hey, why did you drop your cargo and basically turn it over at the first sign of Imperials? Oh crap, he's not as good as he says he is. Are these guys going to make it? Like, that was the whole thing. It always boggled the mind. And I'd be like, hearing fans of Star Wars say, yeah, Han Solo is the best smuggler in the galaxy. It's like, no, that's That's not it. He's the best pilot. He's a great leader. He's a friend. He's compassionate. He's inventive. He's a good talker. But smuggling's not in his skill set. It's not what he was meant to do. And that was the message and story of Han Solo in the first Star Wars film, and then subsequently with Empire and whatnot. With the fact that they've made him a smuggler again in The Force Awakens is like, okay, you're that guy that just never decided to.
They made him a smuggler and a deadbeat dad, which is not what he was in the original lore.
Yeah, you're that guy that's like, oh, I saw Star Wars. Oh, I get what he is. He's a smuggler. He must be good at his job. It's like, no, you saw Star Wars and you just forgot about it afterwards. It didn't resonate with you, and that's fine. Go ahead, but you're missing the stakes and consequences that could happen, where you're like, oh, our heroes are going to get off Tatooine. They're actually going to go to Alderaan. And then you find out, oh, they got a guy that probably couldn't get them there. So how are they going to pull this off? And then what happens? Well, planet's blown up. They get captured by the Death Star. If he was a good smuggler, they would have got out of there before that. And that was the point, is that he wasn't. He was a better, pragmatist and planner, and he was willing to sacrifice himself to help these two strangers, in the midst of the Death Star. He's like, turns around and he's shooting at stormtroopers, yelling, "Get back to the ship." It's like a hero does that. So
that's why I love that movie. I want to call it my favorite movie of all time because it definitely elicits the emotional response every time I watch it. It's like, yeah, but I don't know. I don't even watch it much anymore. Thanks, Disney. You took away my favorite thing from my childhood next to the... Well, you had the Power Rangers for a hot minute, but then it was taken away from you.
They drove that into the ground, too.
Yeah, I was a little too old for... I was very old. I left at Zeo, so if anybody knows what that means, you understand. That's the second version that was out in America. But I digress. My point is, though, they can really make you not feel good about your favorite properties, and that's what I think this community has stuck around with for so long, because they're stuck on the whole point of, man, you can take our favorite shit and you can somehow ruin it in record time. And they keep doing it to all the male-led, or they're like, let's just call them boy properties. Yep. They keep screwing them up. They never get it right. It's like everything they do is antithetical to success because they want to appease a handful of people on the internet, or they have a lady in charge that just doesn't get it and wants to right the wrongs of the past. And I'm saying that as a question because I don't understand.
Which is ironic, because when you look at Warner Brothers in the 90s and Fox Kids Television in the 90s, a woman got Batman the Animated Series made and X-Men made.
Yeah, Margaret Loesch is like the unsung hero of 90s kids television.
They're brands that had nothing to do with their normal interests, but she understood who the market was, what they wanted, and she, made it happen. And you gotta love her for it.
I do. We had Julia and Eric Lewald on from the X-Men, the animated series, earlier this year, and she came up. I even said to them, like, that's the lady that I consider that made like the 90s kids childhood, because it was so many great shows that she brought to the table.
Dude, that show was freaking my religion when I was a kid.
It still is. What, Power Rangers or X-Men?
X-Men.
I still watch the X-Men.
It's such a good show. It holds up better, even though I'm a bigger Spidey fan. It holds up better than the 90s Spider-Man show, because the 90s Spider-Man show had major issues with it being super disjointed in the storytelling. It would like cut really, really frequently. So it felt like I was having an epileptic seizure when I went back and started rewatching it. Maybe a year ago.
It doesn't quite hold up, but it does have a phenomenal voice cast. But I still think of the Spider-Man cartoons, aside from the 60s one, which is just fun, I would say Spectacular Spider-Man is probably the most authentically close to Spider-Man.
Agreed. I mean, I've been going through and working through
I didn't watch that one.
Oh, dude, you gotta. It's like
I haven't watched anything past the 90s show. And just as you said, the animation, like I saw the animation style and I was like,
it's a little oversimplified, but it works for what they're doing.
In the way it moves, there's no other Spider-Man show actually has him move around like that. Because, go back and watch the 90s show. After the first season, they reuse a lot of the animation of Spider-Man swinging through the city, and you're like, oh, God, this is shit. And then, like, I know you brought up the voice cast, but the thing I always think of is, Shocker, I'll chase you to the edge of the earth. It's like, what the fuck, man? Why did I like this one? And then as you get into the later
Brady,
seasons,
get
you're
back
like,
in the house.
Well, the one thing I do want to say about that Spider-Man cartoon is I've been working my way through every issue of Spider-Man. I'm going to eventually turn it into some content, but right now I'm on the 90s, and I've been rereading a lot of that, and I'm on Maximum Carnage. And I forgot, like, how much of the cartoon is just like a snippet of the 90s comic books molded in with the classic storytelling. And it works. Definitely works as a product of its time.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think that show holds up as well as it used to, because for two reasons. One, there's better Spider-Man, and two, you can tell that they were limited. Unlike X-Men, that they had a wider.
They wouldn't let
range of
Peter
things they could
punch
do.
anybody.
No. He couldn't land on a ledge next to birds because it could be dangerous. Or I don't get it. Like, what were they afraid kids were gonna do? Because I watched that show. I didn't want to jump off a rooftop because Spider-Man did it on the show. I understood that you will die.
I did climb a lot, but I didn't jump off of things.
Well,
because
it really comes out to the fact that sometimes with various demographics throughout the world, they actually have a very low opinion of children. And that's the problem. Like, that's why whenever you hear someone says, "Oh, I want to write for children," and you read their stuff and it's really, really beneath and really basic stuff, it's like, you don't realize what a child is. A child is an information sponge. They are, if you raise them right, they are driven by curiosity. They want to see everything. They want to grow. They look at their parents and all the things that they can do and wish that they could do that right now, but can't. And the hardest lesson they have to learn is that they have to grow into those responsibilities and those privileges. And the best way you do that is not by keeping them where they are as, a 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old. It's by giving them little hints of what adult life is like that's best fitted to their level of retention and understanding. I mean, that's what I mean. There's a reason Batman the Animated Series holds up, not just for kids, but what parents watched it at the same time when it aired. They're like, "Oh, this is really good. Oh, this is kind of deep. Oh, yeah, there's a couple of jokes in there that are going to go over the kid's head, but it's not to the point where the kid's going to turn to me and say, 'Oh, Dad, what does that word mean?'" It's like, and then the other part too, and this is the straw man argument I hear all the time when kids are like, I don't want to show my kids this thing because I don't want to have to talk to them about this. It's like, you're the parent in charge. Who is in charge in your family, the kid or you?
If you're not going to talk to them about it, who is? You're going to leave that up
There's
to somebody else?
Too. It's like, number one, yes, you can talk to them about it, or you can say, guess what? I will tell you when you learn, ask them a question. And if they can't answer, be like, well, then if you can't answer that, I can't tell you what this is yet. But when you learn how to answer that, then we can talk about it. Because again, the parent is in charge. And I'm all about parents being in charge for their kids. You don't want teachers telling them stuff that's beyond their comprehension and screwing over their development. So why would you ever acquiesce to them when they show them a movie or a television show that may have some sort of innuendo joke in there? And you're just like, well, you don't have to tell them all the details of what that is. Like, if they ask, they see Barbie movie, like, oh, what's a gynecologist? It'd be like, it's a doctor for grown-up ladies. That's all you need to tell them.
Yeah.
And they're satisfied. Most often than not, they're satisfied with that. And if you have to tell your son about that, and they said, well, I have to see a gynecologist, then you can actually have a laugh as a parent, because they're like, no, of course not. You're a boy. But regardless of that, you as the parent, you're in charge. And there's nothing wrong with that. I am big on parents being in charge of how they want to raise and educate their kids. And the kids do not get to determine that. Like, that's just the rule that I have, especially for myself. For my godkids, I stood by that because that's what their parents wanted. And if and when I'm lucky enough to have my own kids, that's going to be the hardest thing for me to reinforce, because again, I'm going to be a loving parent, I assume, and I want to tell them everything, but at the same time I have to realize they're not going to understand everything. So I got to be very careful with how I do that.
Yeah.
And I also have to make sure that they don't dictate to me what they get to learn. I dictate to them what and when they get to learn, because I'm supposed to know them better than they know themselves.
Yep.
Man, if only the rest of society operated like this, we'd have a lot less controversial issues right now.
I mean, it's the tough love thing. I mean, did any of you guys see that thing that was trending on Twitter? The kid was the father was holding his daughter outside of a shopping stall where she was crying. He's just letting her wail and tire herself out because he's like, yeah, you don't get to control what's going on here. I got more endurance than you. I mean,
I did not see that.
That's a basic lesson of parenting. It's like, the kid is not in charge. You love them. You want to take care of them. You want to prepare them. You want to feed them. You want to clothe them. You want to entertain them. But you don't achieve that by making them dictate how you're going to interact in public or how you're going to interact at home. You don't.
They're not the boss.
They're not the boss. You get to see the world through their eyes and learn things that maybe you forgot as a child. But you're supposed to take that data and be like, okay, well, how do I reconcile this so that I can make sure that they learn the lessons I learned without having to repeat the mistakes I repeated. Like, that's the trick. And for some people it's a burden, for some people it's a joy, other people it's a little bit of both. But it's what you enter into when you commit to being a parent.
Folks, if you want more advice from Script Doctor, make sure you subscribe to his YouTube channel for that and a whole lot more. But no, man, I'm just busting your balls. I agree with the approach you take to this. It's just the world's backwards right now, and people think it's the other way around.
Yeah, and I brought it up without saying, like, the old joke we heard in the 90s from stand-up comics, like, you got to beat your kids more. It's like, nah, you don't. You just got to outlast them. Like, that's it. I mean, yeah, sure, maybe
whose will is stronger.
You might have to do a spanking, but as long as you're not abusing the kid out of that, and you're letting them know, like, I don't want to do this, but if I don't do this, the world's going to hit you so much harder that you'll never walk again. Yeah. And that's a true reality.
Yeah, the real world hits a lot harder.
Yeah, you might not get back up from some of those.
And the real world also doesn't love you at all. Like, that's the
the real world gives absolutely zero shits about you.
Yeah.
But that's not what social media says.
Social media.
Who
also
gave you a phone? Was it Grandpa? I'm gonna kick his ass.
Yeah, that's something that. No, not my. I didn't have my first phone until I was 16. It was a flip phone.
Motorola.
Well, let's be fair. Phones weren't that good back when we were growing up, man. It's like,
it's fair.
Brick.
Okay, fine. I will relent that. That being said, kids don't need smartphones and they don't need social media. They need to be outside playing, and when they're not outside playing, they can be inside playing. Like,
and they need a secret GPS device on their belt buckle or watch.
Yeah, low jack them with a freaking little capsule they implant in their hip or some shit.
No, don't implant them with anything, because that's just creepy. But, like, yeah, just something where it's like, okay, they're young, they're running around a lot, and sometimes they like to hide in the house. I'm gonna put a GPS on their belt or something. And then when they get older, it's like, okay, you don't need to wear that anymore. I know if you get in trouble, you'll find your way out, because if I was good at my job, I allowed you to be independent enough to solve your own problems. And that's the other part too. I mean, I always had jokes. Every single one of my girlfriend's fathers, every time I would meet them, I would always do a joke. And then they'd be like, well, why do you think you're good enough for my daughter? It's like, well, you raised her. So, if you raised her well, then she knows how to make a good choice of who she dates, right? And it's like, well, you got me there.
Hey, put it back on them.
Exactly. It's like, listen, if you don't like me, that's on you, man. Because you're the first male influence she's ever had, and if she likes me, there's got to be some sort of thing that we're sharing, aside from gender. And hopefully it's not too deep to the point where it is a daddy fixation, because I don't want a whole Elektra moment here. And I'm talking not the comic book character, the Greek character of Elektra.
I don't need that.
I was gonna say, you don't need to watch her get stabbed by Bullseye. Got it. Noted. Good. Guys, is there anything else you want to say on these topics before we briefly just discuss? Well, I think we kind of discussed the Disney investor call, but it's a lot of things are on the line. When they talked earlier this year, year to date, Disney stock had dropped. It was $160 per share versus I think it was $93 earlier this year, and it hasn't been a very great year to be Disney. We've talked about lowered theme park attendance, expensive box office bombs, AI replacing people. Like, there's really not been any good positivity coming from Disney. Hell, The Little Mermaid struggled to break even. Only Elemental is their, like, surprise hit, and that's not even doing great. It's just picking up after months, or after a month or so of just box office failure. So what do you think is going to come out of the news tomorrow?
I hope a lot of investors call and say, where's my money?
Like the Big Lebowski?
Didn't Disney promise to start paying out dividends again or something like that not long ago, and they haven't been?
Yes, and at the same time, they have a great excuse to actually save them a lot, and that is they have the writer strike and SAG strike to say, well, a lot of our promises that we wanted to get fulfilled to you before the end of this fiscal quarter, we cannot do because of the strike, and hopefully
the strike hasn't been going on that long yet.
100 days for the writers and 25 days for the actors. So 100 days is basically over 1 quarter.
It's a little over a fiscal quarter, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and the other part too is like, even if they try to say, oh, well, we saved money because of the writer strike, it's a smart investor says, well, no. You just didn't spend the money that would normally be put towards generating more income in product that's going to be distributed to our customers. It's like, yeah, Zaslav said, I saved $100 million during the writer strike. Investors are saying, no, you just didn't spend the $100 million you needed to put into production things that would generate 2 or 3 times that over the next fiscal quarter. Like, you can't double speak your way, so to speak, out of that by saying that this is a good thing. Even with companies like Paramount saying that they've got enough product that they're buying from foreign markets to cover them to the end of next year, the one thing they have to remember is that American audiences, by and large, don't always like foreign product. They don't like having to read subtitles. Those are niche markets there, and they can be sustainable with regards to putting out content. But sometimes you're going to get people in the quote unquote flyover states, because I don't think those are states you should technically fly over, but they're there where they just want to watch good old fashioned American shows. And if you're not making that, they're going to be upset, and they're going to start looking for, the older stuff that they haven't watched in a while. And maybe they'll get a little bit of money out of that, but because it's old and because it's not as valuable, it's not going to be as profitable to those companies. And that's the case here. With the earnings call, I really hope that they get a lot of questions regarding the strike and why they're not going back to the table, because that's the other part too. The SAG and WGA have been making requests repeatedly for negotiations to be brought up again, and only recently did the AMPTP go back to the WGA. And the WGA isn't saying a formal thing like, oh yeah, we want to go to the table. We're calling them up to beg them to go to the table. They're saying, no, we're publicly saying we want to still negotiate, but you have to call us because you're the ones that in bad faith did not even entertain a majority of our proposals. You just had no offer or no counter offer. And again, the union heads, unfortunately, just like with any type of institution or government, if you don't pick the proper representation for you, you're going to get a lousy operations of the institution, and that's what's happening all over the world right now. So hopefully they can shake Bob Iger, make him put his foot in his mouth again, and maybe expose the fact that he's probably one of the principal architects that's allowing the strike to proceed further, because the real numbers of what's going on with their streaming service and what's going on with their production is probably far worse than any of the other numbers that the other studios have that they're not disclosing. And that would actually hurt their stock even more. It would go down probably below 84, which would make it the lowest it's been in 15 years, I think.
That's
in which case, Ike Perlmutter and this other guy might end up just buying additional stock to have more influence over the company.
After he was fired earlier this year, Ike Perlmutter?
Yeah, he's fired, but he's still an investor. Like that, he still has a majority stockholder, or at least close to a majority stockholder. And then there's Michael Peltz. Is it Michael Peltz or something? Peltz is another one.
Oh yeah,
and
Mike Petz.
Mike Petz. That's it. That's what it is. Peltz Petz.
It doesn't matter what his name is.
It doesn't matter what your name is.
Yeah. He might buy some stuff too, because again, he scared the crap out of Disney before the strike because he didn't like the direction the company was going. And if the stock plummets enough, he can buy a lot more. Nelson Peltz, thank you, Fire Knight. He can buy a lot more shares and have a lot more influence, and maybe even get to a point where he can say, I am going to start selecting who's going to be on the board of directors now in order to right the ship over at Disney.
That'd be something else.
They need help.
They need it. They damn well need it.
I think it's really just the universe telling Disney, listen, you're not supposed to be a big dog anymore. Go back to making your cartoon films. Go back to your lower budget stuff. Be a theme park company that makes some movies here and there. Stop trying to control the industry because you don't have the faculties to do it.
They got addicted to that decade of MCU success where they were just crapping out billion-dollar movies.
Yeah, and you know
or
what?
Close to billion-dollar movies. They got addicted to that, and now they think that that's a lasting thing, and it clearly hasn't been, and it's not sustainable, not with the way that they're operating now. Maybe if they were operating the same way as they were then, sure, okay, yeah, Kevin Feige had a plan. The films were doing well. They were mostly respectful of the source material to a degree, at least a tolerable degree, to where most fans still enjoyed and had a good time with them. People showed up. You had the fans and the general audiences, so you were just crapping out money. But now they don't have any of that.
Exactly.
But they got addicted to that feeling, and so they think that they can recapture it, and I don't think they're going to recapture it.
That's true. And here's the thing: Warner Brothers has the possibility to actually do it right. They can learn from every mistake that Disney has made. They've already know the mistakes that happened with the previous regime. They saw it with the Flash. They're going to see it with Aquaman.
Oh.
But they've got Barbie, which has outperformed what expectations. They've got Dune 2.
It crossed $1 billion. Barbie made over $1 billion now.
Yeah.
What the shit? I don't have any other reaction to that.
That's one part of brand recognition. That's another part anticipatory market, and the other part too is that it's a movie that's got a lot of independent feature film tropes in it that allow for conversation to happen on a wider scale. So that's why you have these divisive interpretations. And you know what? A majority of the interpretations I've seen on either perspective are perfectly valid. Like, it's like, oh, you don't like the movie because of this? Dude, I can totally see that. It is there. And then I can see people saying, I don't like the movie, but I see what it's doing here. I'm like, you know what? That's actually kind of valid too. It's why my darn review is it's 18 pages at 11-point font. It's really long. I hate
God in heaven.
I'm trying to slim it down, but I haven't even gotten to the end yet. And that's
based
Christ
on a stick script. Jeez.
That's based on 5 pages of notes I entered into my phone when I got out of the movie, because I just wanted to try and retain as much as I possibly could. I haven't gone back to see it. I'm not planning on going back to see it. But it's crazy. But again, Warner Brothers has Dune 2 coming out as well.
Which has booted the Marvels out of the IMAX screens.
That makes me happy.
Which is great.
That's the most amazing news I've heard in a long time.
And the other part too is this is the one thing. Like, if Warner Brothers, let's say hypothetically that Warner Brothers had one mandate when it came to the Barbie film, and they said, make sure it's a movie targeted for girls, and they achieved that. If that's their mandate, if that's under Zaslav's mandate, and when he goes to DC and he says, make sure these characters are targeted to the boy demographic of our audience, that's what you need. And there's nothing wrong with that. And if he reinforces that and it stays that way and it stays the course,
that's the thing. There's got to be the balance there. Like, if he then says, okay, this needs to also cater to its core demographic. Not that there aren't female DC fans, but the core, the vast majority of that demographic, that fan base, is going to be males. And if he acknowledges that and he pushes that direction and says, make sure that this is geared towards the audience that's going to make us the most money off of this thing, then he will see success.
And
I don't think they're going to do that, though.
But there's always spillover, because there's always girls that are interested in boys' things, and there's always some boys that are interested in girl things. So long as you maintain brand integrity, you're going to get that overlap. The moment you ruin brand integrity to go to one side or the other, or try to appease both, you lose both.
Yep.
And the question is, are they going to do that? We have to wait till after the strike, and we have to wait till we see that first trailer for Superman Legacy to actually get an understanding of where the heck are they going. And are they going to stick the landing?
Yeah, that first teaser for Superman Legacy, whenever we get that, and it's probably not going to be for several months because we only just barely got the announcement of the casting, which I'm actually on board with the casting for Clark and Lois, I will say that much. But I think that's going to be a pretty big gauge, at least of the kind of tone and feel that we can maybe expect. And I'm all about the parallel economy. These mega corporations that have owned these IPs that I grew up loving for a long time have now, for a very long time, been saying this isn't made for you anymore. And so I said, all right, it's fine. I'll take my money elsewhere. If they are willing to actually put out a product that actually is made for me again, made for me as a DC fan, okay, it's fine. But you're skating on thin ice from Jump Street. Just know that. I'll give you a chance, But my investment right now is primarily the lion's share in the independent sphere. You know,
Well, it's
guys
basically
like
impress
Eric,
me.
guys like Ethan, guys like Jeff, guys like Shane. You know,
Yeah.
all these guys that are super creative, putting out stuff with great art, and good storytelling from a wide array of genres. You know, I would rather give my money to people who are at least, whether they are performing it perfectly or not, they are at least making the attempt to appeal to me.
Yeah.
That
It's the whole impress me,
matters.
please. Impress me. I want to be impressed. I want to give you my money. Please show me something that'll pique my interest. Even if it's something I'm not 100% sure if I would imagine on my own, I want to look at something and be like, I never thought of that. Wow, that I want to see what happens next. That's the sweet spot. And I think the independent sphere has that. The independent sphere usually brought that to the mainstream because the mainstream saw that talent and said, we need that in order to keep ourselves alive. And the fact that they haven't been doing that for like 15 years is the reason why you have all these other creators going independent. They're either making short films, they're making comic books, they're writing novels, they're doing animation, what have you. It's there because it's like, listen, if Hollywood is functioning as it would have been, you'd have been getting this stuff financed by the studios. But instead, they're being dumb, and I'm going to do it on my own anyways. And I'm all for that. I'm like, yes, go for it, do it, invest. You know, if you have to take out a safe loan and fund your comic in something, and you think it's going to sell well, and you push it every day to get your money back and then get your product out to people, go do that. There's nothing wrong with having more content in the world, especially something that you've got passion behind in doing it. And you will learn and better yourself from the critical responses of that. People will tell you how much they love it. They'll tell you what they didn't like about it. They'll tell you if they hate it. All that information is incredibly valuable to make you yourself a better creative.
Your paying audience will tell you what they are willing to pay for.
Yes.
To bounce off of that, since I have it on screen here, to our listeners, speaking of paying audience asking for stuff, Stealing Solo is available, but for a limited time. The book sells incredibly well on this website, so you're only going to have a couple of weeks left to get it. Like I was telling Andrew off air, I'm very happy. I guess the way I'm
it's
pitching
selling
it,
way more than you expected.
yeah, I have to keep going back to storage, and I have to keep going back to the fucking comic book store to buy. I've bought like 3 rounds of shipping materials, so I'm very happy about that. But when it comes to my products or projects, don't sleep on them. Get them because they'll go away. People do like these. I sell Stealing Solo every couple minutes. I get a new email, so just go to stealingsolo.com. You're gonna have a short amount of time. But it looks like the demand's going to be there for this sequel, so let's just get them rolling. And Exo Communications, don't worry. I didn't take it as a dig. When it comes to the internet, I make typos myself. It's not a big deal. We're all people. But yeah, it's available. Go to stealingsolo.com. I'll make international shipping available tomorrow or later today, and that way you guys can get a copy. But thank you to everybody. It's like surprise. I keep telling my mom, like, hey, Mom, I sold more books today. Really? How many? Blah, blah, blah. Wow. So, yeah, folks, just a few more weeks left, and then it'll be gone forever. So, stealingsolo.com. That's all I'll say. The
That
videos,
link is in the chat,
books,
guys.
yes, link is in the chat. Speaking of the chat, let's check in with our chat, shall we, guys?
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah.
See what y'all are up to.
Our friend Adam Walford says she needs to call Nick Recato. He has a list. She is Gina Carano.
I'm sure Nick's got a list of things. I'm also pretty sure that if Elon is footing the bill, he probably also has a list of lawyers and things like that. But yes, Nick has been following a lot of this stuff very closely as well. 100%.
Our friend Headcase Laboratory says, hey, Script, can I get your help on a story idea that I'm working on? It's a space adventure with mercenaries, like Final Space Guardians.
Cool. Yes. So I do offer services for that, and I offer them really cheaply because I know how tight money is for a lot of writers. So if you want to follow me on Twitter or X, whatever it is, at Script Doctor PhD, you can shoot me over a DM, and I can tell you what my rates are, and I'll be happy to help you address questions and things so that you can shape that into a really great story that you've got swirling in your head.
Thank you, Headcase Laboratory. Ron Harrington just sends in a $2 super chat with no message. Thank you, Ron. Cool icon. Jack White says, the only thing I've ever gotten on Reddit, or forgone on Reddit for, was manga spoilers, and that's about it.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
it's not my favorite platform, but it has value somewhat. Kinda, maybe. I don't know. Thank you, Jack.
That got less and less confident as the seconds passed.
It's Reddit. What do you expect? Now, Lester San Jose was the first person to go to the Stealing Solo website and buy a book right away. So Lester's book was shipped out a while ago.
Nice.
Hopefully you're enjoying it, Lester. Thank you. He says, tip for my favorite peep/creators. Finish my first comics and now wait for the next from Ripa and Jeff. Script, I will pick your brain soon.
Awesome.
Right
Well,
on.
If you're waiting for my next one, Lester, I guess you liked the previous one, so thank you. I'm excited to bring you guys Woke Busters. That'll be out. I'll be done with it this year, so it's an epic. It's a long epic, but I'm happy.
How many
with it.
pages is it shaping up to be at this point?
80.
That's good.
Yeah,
It's a lot when you're writing, you're penciling, your ink. Are you also doing the colors?
No,
Or somebody
I don't
else
color.
doing the colors. Okay, so you do everything but the colors and the lettering then?
Yeah. The one thing too that people don't realize is I roughed this whole book, meaning I drew these 80 pages before.
Mm-hmm.
And now I'm drawing them for the final version. So, yeah, I could show you like not a notebook, 3 sketchbooks full of like what Woke Busters is in the most rudimentary form, and then there's the actual final pages. So, it's like doing the same job 3 times, but hey, I'm not upset about it at all.
Have you considered doing I'm going to put you on the spot on air. Have you considered once you drop Woke Busters, doing a second chance or something that offers the how they'll do like DC will sometimes do like the black and white pencil edition of the book, like there's for Batman Hush, for example, there's
I own
the
that.
Jim Lee pencil. Yeah, that's the one I went with because of that very reason. Everybody's got that one because that is the cream of the crop. And doing that with your actually publishing that sketch version of it. Like just all sketches, like no letters, no inks, no nothing, just the raw, unadulterated sketches.
It'd be interesting because like some pages before they get inked are a lot rougher than other ones, and then some ones are a lot tighter because it's like, oh, I got to add all these layers of detail, so I don't want it to get lost in translation. Because that's the thing I learned a lot. Well, not really. I didn't have to learn it from Stealing Solo because I didn't have that problem, but this book's a lot more dense in terms of like where the characters go and what they do. So some pages would look cool like that, and other ones are just like, oh, okay, I kind of see how you jump from this stage to that stage. Because that's the beauty of working independently. You don't have to worry about like 5 people having to touch your work and go, oh, this has to make sense to them too. It just has to, tell the story and stuff. Yeah. But I would definitely do that kind of stuff down the road. It'd be neat to do a black and white. I'd like to do lenticular covers. I'd like to do all sorts of crazy shit. Specifically with this story because it has all of that in it. So down the road, it's like, yeah, we're on our 19th edition of Woke Busters. God damn, I'd be crazy. It's like I can never get away from that book.
Hey, maybe it'll be that big of a hit.
Look, I never thought that Stealing Solo would still be doing the numbers it does years after it came out. So, hey, lucky me.
A good story is a good story, and it'll continue to sell.
Well, folks, I'm very grateful, and I really, really, really want to make the sequel. So let's just do that. I really want to make the 3rd sequel called Frankenfisher, but that's years old. It is exactly what you think it is, man. Like,
no, dude, it is great.
most-
It's got like a pet cemetery thing going on. I can
exactly.
The most irreverent shit.
Well,
And
'cause
that
then
doesn't
tell. There's
surprise
a joke
me at
where we
all.
could get Billy Lord in there to help you.
oh shit, I'll have to send you. I'll have to give you a credit in the book for that because that's a great idea.
Yeah. No, like again, it's like I need my show mom back. She helped me get work.
Oh my god!
I mean, again, Carrie Fisher was. I mean, she did another movie that's actually being released soon. Looks pretty decent, nice fantasy film. But I mean, there's a lot of jokes you can play on that would be right up Carrie Fisher's alley. And I would say, go back and take a look at some of her older. The movie that she wrote and is kind of a co-star in with Glenn Close, I believe it is, or Meryl Streep. Meryl Streep. Go watch that and get her sense of humor because that is fodder for.
Is that Postcards from the Edge?
Yes, Postcards from the Edge. That is brilliant fodder you could have on that. And then the other part too is remember, Carrie Fisher's ex-husband is Brian Lord, the head of CAA, and you can definitely tell. Wait, if his ex-wife is coming back, he wants to represent her.
Oh my god.
Oh, see, you got me so excited for the threequel. It's like I got to do the Mark Hamill parody first, because then,
Well,
then we'll
you
eventually
can
do the
always
whole book.
write the threequel, and then that helps you better shape what you're going to do for the mid, because you've
You
now
know
got
what?
you've got a goal.
There's a reason you're a script doctor, man. Let me write that one down. Just write
Go for it.
Frankenfisher. Because, oh my God,
You
you know
guys
what'd be
on the
great
chat
is,
are getting a taste of the type of stuff I like to bring, because again, I'm bringing in references, and it's all Jeff's ideas that are percolating in his head that he's putting down there.
that's what I'll do this October during Halloween when everyone's out celebrating watching horror movies. I'm just going to be in my office going Frankenfisher, and then I'll watch Bride of Frankenstein and all these classics and just get the buzz rolling for it. It'll be much shorter than 80 pages though. I'm not doing another 80-page one with these. It'll be like 40 pages each. Stealing Solo was 51, but it's an 80-page graphic novel, so there we go. But Script, thank you for these ideas. It's just fun to talk to you guys about writing in general, because we come up with fun shit.
Hell yeah.
That's why writing's fun, and it's also why it's really hard.
Yes. So you have to be creative.
Xavier to God sends in a super chat. He says, what do you guys think of people or even Spider-Man fans that say MJ is a toxic character in general, rather if it's the Raimi movie, show, or comic books?
I think those people are retarded and they don't understand MJ as a character, or they're only looking at MJ in like the last handful of years in the comic books.
Yeah. I don't see how she's toxic. I've been reading the books again, and Mary Jane adds a lot. I mean, the issue where Gwen Stacy dies, well, technically the second part of the story, Mary Jane develops as a character, because normally she's just this party girl who doesn't really have much depth, and then Peter yells at her after he's distraught. She closes the door and stays with him, and therefore she becomes a new, more interesting character. She's got depth. She's got the abusive parent. She's got the smoking issue. She's got the obsessive stalker Jonathan Caesar. Like, Mary Jane's not toxic, nor is she flat. No. I know there are times where she just kind of sits around and waits for Peter, but he's in the middle of like a Spider-Man story, and they handle the Peter Parker balance as the best they can. If they're, like Maximum Carnage, or they're trying to tell you a story with Venom or something. Like, people aren't buying the book to jump for the female character. Sorry, I know that's offensive to some people, but like, Mary Jane's a side character. Mm-hmm. Aunt May is a side character. Harry Osborn is a side character. All these people aren't the main event. It's called Spider-Man for a reason. They've had Mary Jane comics. They've had books where she's the star.
It's actually funny. I'll cut in here real quick. There was a 6-issue miniseries called The Amazing Mary Jane that ran back in I think it was like late 2019 into early 2020. And it was a monthly miniseries, 6 issues. It was more entertaining and had more Spider-Man vibes than Nick Spencer's Amazing Spider-Man run at that time. It was actually, and the artist on it, Carlos Gomez, was actually really freaking stellar too. I was like, so nobody told him that Marvel doesn't like you drawing females like this anymore, apparently. Because he drew Mary Jane hot, like she had the curves and everything. Like I'm talking like 90s MJ curves.
And the best part is that Mary Jane always looks better in the spider costume than Peter.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, Mary Jane's always going to look better in a tight spandex suit than Peter Parker. But then again, I'm not gay, so I'm always going to have that opinion.
Yeah. And the other part, too, is like, maybe in recent years she's become toxic, but she is a woman who you can very much point to a lot of periods in the comic books where you can see how and when she falls in love with Peter and vice versa. And you don't usually get that too often, not just in comics, but in general stories. And general stories is that, it's like these two have their meet cute. What happens? We get a smash cut to them either in the throes of passion, lovemaking, or they're on a date and everything's happy. It's like, well, wait a minute. Where's the falling in love part? Where's the part where the personalities kind of come through and they see the person opposite them in a slightly different light, slightly more agreeable, slightly more intriguing. Like that's the part where we actually hook your audience in regards to the drama sense of things. Don't make it easy for characters to fall in love. Make it difficult for them, because that's how valuable love is.
Peter and MJ earned their marriage.
Yes.
they earned that shit. And honestly, that was some of the best stuff, because Peter still went through garbage during those years where he and MJ were married in the comics, but he always had her to come home to. And there was a really good balance. It wasn't always perfect, but there was a really good balance with the characters there. And I really appreciated that. And I miss that. And it always pains me to think about that they backpedaled Peter and MJ's character development, all because Joe Quesada is a narcissistic piece of shit, and he was going through a bad divorce, and so he wanted Peter and MJ to split up too.
Which is a horrible
and
thing for a writer
believing that it aged the character, which is retarded. So
no, listen, there's one thing about taking your personal experiences and putting them into a story, and it's another thing about manipulating characters to fit that personal experience.
Mm-hmm.
And that's different. If you want to tell,
you can leverage your perspective, but
there's a whole lot of other characters.
Yeah. Leverage your perspective as a writer. You have a unique perspective, a unique lived experience. Maybe there's some stories you can tell that fit within the confines and the context of this character in this sandbox that only you can tell because you have that perspective, and that can work. There are plenty of stories that fit that bill, and you can do that. However, what you cannot, or at least should not do, is all of a sudden make that character you because you just want to tell your story and what happened to you, rather than tell a story with this character that maybe there's a perspective that people can connect with on another level from a different perspective. And a lot of modern writers, especially in comic books, have no freaking clue what the difference is.
Exactly. I mean, if you want to tell a story in Marvel with regards to a married couple getting divorced, there are way more believable characters to fit in that role than Peter Parker and Mary Jane.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Sue and Reed.
Oh God, Sue and Reed easily. But like, just think of, okay, bring back Hawkeye and Mockingbird, and then get them divorced again. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, I thought it was BS when she like got seduced and cheated on Hawkeye, but I was like, okay, this is Marvel in the '80s. Yeah, they're going for soap opera drama because that's what they did. That's what they leaned into. But you can't get away with that with Peter Parker. Like, I can't believe for a second that Peter would ever cheat on Mary Jane and vice versa.
No, like Peter doesn't take that deal.
Like, the only thing that could actually make it believable in a sense of a divorce is if Peter is just not able to meet the responsibilities of distancing his personal identity with Mary Jane, so that they are always going to be relatively safe or not even considered when his enemy goes after him. And he'd have to be egregiously reckless to the point where it doesn't even be believable to his character for Mary Jane to even consider picking up and leaving. And like, it's going to be really hard in order for you to convince an audience to buy into that.
Yeah, MJ's far too strong-willed and like an actual strong female character where she wouldn't buy into that. She wouldn't let that happen. She's like, no, this is my choice. I'm with you through it all. And
she would never say
making this work.
She would never say something as arrogant as "We are Spider-Man."
Yeah.
There's also that. She's like, I'm here for you because you need me as much as I need you. You make me Peter Parker makes Mary Jane the woman that she knows she can be, and Mary Jane makes Peter Parker that thing that not only he loves but reminds him of what he's fighting for.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a comic where they say "We are Spider-Man," is there?
There better not be.
Oh, because I would believe Marvel would print anything, and that actually just made me like a little angry. I was like, really?
Dude, I get it. The CW pulled a bullshit "We are the Flash" line in the, was it the third season of the
Flash? Too early in the show, and never should have been there.
No, well, there never should have been a Team Flash anyway. You either do, well, with Barry, it's just Barry, or you do the Flash family, but that's a Wally thing, and they didn't. Okay, we'll talk about this when we do our video.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have some fun with that.
Thank you, Xavier to God, for your fantastic question. Yes, and for your super chat.
Aurora Uplink says, I hope we start getting adventures of Han Solo. Like I don't think we'll ever get anything with Han Solo.
From Jeff, again. Maybe.
Yeah, all my parody versions, it's like, you guys are hungry for the real ones? I'll keep making them. Thank you, Aurora Uplinks. Fuck, marry, kill, date for the council. Meteor Man, Blank Man, or Handyman, and the Michael J. White Spawn. Or Jai White Spawn.
Oh.
I hate everything right now.
That's tough. Because Michael J. White Spawn, it's charming, but I don't know. Maybe you'd F it. Because it's already rated R. You might as well.
Yeah.
I'm uncomfortable.
I'll marry Meaty Blank Man because I actually really like that movie.
Yeah, Blank Man's funny because David Alan Grier and Damon Wayans really do steal the show.
I know precisely one of these characters, and that's Spawn, because I did see that old movie.
You don't remember Meteor Man from the 90s?
No, it's Townsend, right? What's his name? Something.
Yeah, Robert Townsend.
Robert Townsend. Yeah, Meteor Man was actually clever. Too bad they lost most of their budget while they're filming it because they weren't able to stick their landing as best as they could. It was an expensive movie to make. I think I have comic books that advertise that movie.
Oh, I do too, and I have a Meteor Man action figure.
Oh, that is cool.
It was a rubber bendable. I got it as a kid, and I didn't know who the character was. Like, I knew that it was Meteor Man, but the movie, like they said on SNL, it's Meteor Man with the ability to leave theaters in a single weekend. Like, that movie was a flop and a half.
Yeah.
And so, I just, I had the toy. I don't think I've still watched the movie, so I'll have to kill it, I guess.
I don't even... I don't know what to do with any of this because I don't know who any of these schmucks are. I guess
they're all black, Andrew.
They're all black.
Okay,
I'm the whitest guy here, and yet I'm the one that knows these ones too.
Shit.
Well, Handyman is from In Living Color, a great sketch comedy show of the late '80s, early '90s.
Yeah,
I know of Living Color, but I'd never actually watched it.
Oh, Fire Marshal Bill sketches will have you howling.
Well, let me tell you something. He's the best.
Growing up, I watched a lot of TV shows that were almost an entirely black cast, but that's not one of them. Like, I grew up watching reruns of The Jeffersons with my parents. I watched freaking, was it All in the Family? Was it
No, they were all white.
Well, All in the Family was all white.
Family Matters. Family Matters is the one I meant.
That was a good show.
I watched The Cosbys.
Fresh Prince.
I watched Fresh Prince. Fuck yeah, I watched Fresh Prince.
Just checking, man.
Uncle Phil is the voice of Shredder.
Dude,
he's
Uncle
awesome.
Phil was like TV dad of my childhood. Okay, like Uncle Phil was the man. But I had never actually watched In Living Color.
Okay, did you watch Mantis? Because Techman Blade brought that up.
I did watch I did see Mantis. I did see Mantis.
Watch the pilot. It has all the woke tropes that we see now, but you watch the second episode and they're all gone.
Interesting. I don't actually recall
Gina Torres is in the pilot, and they make fun of, like, black people are more susceptible to heart disease because they're eating so many, fried foods and all that stuff. And there's a whole bunch of, like,
hashtag worth it.
Yeah, it is. Like, there's African tribalism stuff in there that's really interesting, and like the hero, he's got two like black assistants that he's immigrated from Africa that are like know he's Mantis and stuff. It's a really weird Sam Raimi show, and Sam Hamm I think wrote the pilot, and but like you watch it and you're like, oh, this is kind of like early days woke, and then episode 2 we completely abandoned that because nobody watched it, but the rest of the series was actually kind of fun but too expensive, and they also then incorporated time travel, if I recall correctly.
I don't remember it well, but I do remember watching it.
It had the Sheriff of Rottingham in it as well. If you're familiar with Robin Hood Men in Tights, that actor.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Actually, I like that guy.
I think Mantis deserves a comeback and a proper one, because that's a great premise.
That's like expecting DC to bring back Static Shock and do it properly, but they're not going to, because all they did was bring it back and tie him getting his powers into a BLM riot.
Yeah, which was, Dwayne McDuffie I think would be really upset with that.
Yeah,
I thought the reboot in 2011 for the New 52 was pretty shitty. I thought the dialogue was so like hard to sit there. I'm like, people don't talk to each other like this, let alone black people talk to each other like this. I'm like, who wrote this shit?
Terrible. And which it's like, dude, how do you manage to take something that was gold that everybody loved? Dude, everybody loved the Static Shock cartoon. That was fantastic. And then you just fail on every conceivable measure when you try and reboot it. Good job.
Good old New 52. Lester, to give you the answer, I'll marry Blank Man, I'll fuck Spawn, I'll kill Meteor Man, and date Handyman.
That's a good one.
TLJ Screwjob, thank you very much. He says, Han dying. People say that Chewie dying, saving Anakin Solo, fulfilling the life debt, and getting blown up along with the planet is stupid, but it sounds really cool from a character standpoint to me. I like that more than what we got in the movie, especially with Chewie just being Rey's stevedore the entire time. But, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I would rather watch that one, where Chewie goes out like a boss. I mean, a moon crashes on him.
I'd rather just about anything from the EU, even like low tier EU. And make no mistake, there is some, not all of the original lore is gold, but I would take any of that because it was still trying. I would still take that over everything Disney has given us.
Agreed.
They can kiss my entire white ass.
And my half white ass. Jack White says, kids having cell phones isn't a problem. A kid having a smartphone is frankly what parents should be getting their kids flip phones, not smartphones.
Are they still? Are they making flip phones anywhere still? Because I haven't seen them in any of the phones.
Just low jack them.
No, what you do is you give those kids the old people phones. You know, the ones that aren't smartphones. Are like, you know, your mom and dad are old. They need this phone, and it's like a big. It looks like one of those play phones from back in the day.
Oh, the bricks!
But it's actually a cell phone.
Well, the problem is how many service providers are compatible with transmitting service to those phones nowadays.
I mean, you should swap in the SIM card.
Well, no, I mean some of those phones predate SIM cards. That's the other part.
They still make them though.
I hope so.
They're a very niche market.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I never thought we'd be having this discussion on the High Council, but I'm not upset about it in the slightest bit. Thank you, everybody. Aurora Uplink says, a Star Wars movie about TIE pilots would be fun. I'd watch it.
I mean...
Could be, yeah.
I don't know if I go
hard to
the
root
big
for the bad
screen.
guys, but yeah.
I don't know if I go to the big screen to watch that. I would read a novel about that for sure. I'd read a comic series about that. Maybe I'd even watch a limited run miniseries. But go and see it in the big screen. I don't. Maybe it's just me. I'm not interested in seeing that on the big screen.
I think I'm just overseeing any Star Wars on the big screen, to be completely honest. Like,
there's that as well. At this point.
I'm very open to watching some of this shit and giving it a chance, but I don't think I would actually go drop $20 to see a movie.
Yeah,
fair.
I hear that.
Not unless I could drink a lot while watching. And
you can.
There's the Alamo Drafthouse theater about 15-20 minutes away from where I live, and you can order food and drink while you're watching your movie there.
Dude, you can drink in any movie theater if you have a big enough pocket. Okay?
Okay, well,
I went and saw something.
I'm not 6'5", Jeff.
Aren't you 6'1"?
No, I'm 5'11".
Oh, well, you tell everyone you're 6'2".
No, they won't believe me, Jeff.
Look, they booked Shawn Michaels.
6'3".
They booked Shawn Michaels as 6'1" his entire career. That dude's 5'8". Okay.
What?
Yeah.
You just go with it, man. It's how you carry yourself. I might be 6'5", but I'll tell people I'm 7 feet tall, and they'll believe me if I want them to.
I've seen a person that's over 7 feet tall. They're big.
I know. I feel small next to them. I'm like, shit. I've run into a couple people that are 7 feet tall. I met a woman who was 7 feet tall once. That was weird. She was a cosmetics lady at a Macy's.
What? Well, that's random.
Never wore heels.
She was just huge. I didn't know what to say to her, honestly.
Well, what you say was you'll fit. That's just what you say.
The audience is like, "What the fuck happened to these guys?" It's past midnight. We're all delirious.
We're at that point of the show, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your super chats. We appreciate you all, and we appreciate all. There was almost 300 of y'all hanging with us for a good portion of this show, so we appreciate you rocking with us.
Yeah, we keep getting stronger numbers each week, man. It's like they like us or something.
It's pretty weird.
Gina Carano is a Colonial Marine in Aliens 5, says Aurora Uplinks. That seems like a good role for her.
Yeah, I could see her kicking ass.
Oh, yeah.
I've seen her kick ass enough times that I can believe it again.
Anything that can get her, not just on screen again, but back into the shape. Because again, she's been doing a lot of other projects that are like not requiring her to, get back into the badass shape that she was in during like Mandalorian and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already heard enough interviews saying like, yeah, she wants a job that'll actually get to light the fire again, so that she can get back in the gym, work on her legs, work on her arms, get that tone going again. That allows her to do the stunts and really knock out some great performances. And I'm all for that for her. Because,
the movie itself wasn't particularly great, but the shape that she was in Haywire was fantastic. I was like, madam, you can kick my ass any day. Like there's this one scene where she's fighting against Michael Fassbender. He's in the movie. She's fighting against his character, and she delivers this just straight front kick that is the most brutal front kick I've seen in a movie. And I'm like, yeah, I'd let her do that to me.
Mm-hmm. See, in a perfect world, and I don't think James Gunn would do this, but in a perfect world, Gina Carano would make a great Big Barda.
She would be a great Big Barda if she was in the same build, which I'm sure she could do. If she could, she could
get to that build. They just have to use builds to make her 7 feet tall.
Well, she builds herself differently currently now, but if she was in the same build as she was back in Haywire or just shortly thereafter, she would also. She doesn't have. I don't think she has the acting chops for it, but she would look like a great Diana. But she just doesn't. I don't think she quite has the range for it. At least I haven't seen it out of her yet.
Okay, so in right after George Miller's failed Justice League thing was done, she was being entertained, not unbeknownst to her, for a Diana Prince role, but things came back. Two reasons. Number one is she was too short. Number two, she did not have the acting chops for it. But they started looking at other possibilities for it because, again, she was on the rise entering in the entertainment industry more so. She was no longer known as just, the UFC fighter or Crush from American Gladiator. She was like, okay, she's kind of transitioning over to this side of things. But no, they entertained that idea, but they realized, like, yeah, she could do the stunts and stuff, but we need someone that's actually going to act, and she just doesn't have the chops yet. However, Big Barda, there's something about Big Barda that Gina Carano could meet easily.
I think Gina would be a dead ringer for Big Barda. She could sell Big Barda easily.
And all they would have to do is just the Lord of the Rings Force perspective stuff, just to make her, because she's like 5'6" or 5'8". So they just have to make her, a little bit bigger, and next to, a Miracle Man. And I think it could work because, again, Big Barda, all she has to be is stern and badass. It's like Gina Carano can do that, and with a good director, they can make her do that really, really well.
Absolutely.
I didn't realize she was so little. I thought she was like a lot bigger than she was. Oh well, that's the power of filmmaking.
Yeah. Indeed.
Andy Lee, thank you very much for your generous super chat. Andy, he says this one will be the investor firms and not for the shareholders. Fun question will be anything dealing with the lawsuits or box office. The shareholder one is midwinter as the fun one.
Yeah, this is the investment earning calls because it's coming into the end of their fiscal year, which is the September 30th, I think, is the end of their fiscal year. And then they have another earnings call, which I think is open to more shareholders, like the regular ones, as opposed to the higher tier. Or maybe it's just a shareholders call with no questions in December. I'll have to check in with Valiant Renegade. He's a bit more on the pulse of that than I.
Yeah, I could always text Valiant.
Thank you, Andy. TLJ Screwjob says, Jeff, it won't be Frankenstein meets Wolfman, but Frankenfisher meets... Who would be a good Wolfman replacement?
Chewbacca.
Yeah, if you read Stealing Solo, you know who is our Chewbacca equivalent. Do I have a picture of it right here? Wait, no, I hit Solo layout. That's a mistake. I think I do have a picture of our Chewbacca from Stealing Solo. Yeah, it's me.
Is it really? It's great.
Yeah, I get fucking co-opted into this whole kidnapping scheme, and well, Jeff, we're gonna remake this movie, and you're playing Chewbacca, and you don't have a say in the matter. So that's what happens to me in that book.
Well, the height's right.
Yeah. TLJ Screwjob, thank you. I'm excited to bring that to you guys. It looks like it's going to happen probably in 2025. Yeah, because we'd have to get through the first one first, or the second one first. But keep on watching, folks. It's not like I'm going anywhere anytime soon, and I got 1,000,001 creative ideas. Trust me. Before you know it, you'll see my shit in stores because there's just a plan. Don't worry. Xavier to God says, I heard someone say that Stan Lee believes that Gwen Stacy is Peter's true love, and I don't buy it. I don't think that's true.
I thought it was just his first love.
It was, well, it wasn't his first love, but it was his first major love. Like, there was Betty Brant preceded Gwen, but Gwen
just
was
he popped his cherry with Gwen Stacy.
Gwen was the first one where it's like, this is something really real, like really real, right? And that's what made it so tragic when she died. But it was an incredibly powerful and important character moment for Peter, and it stands as a tentpole for him almost every bit as much as Ben's death, in terms of being formative for him. And so he carries that with him. Like, he doesn't handle things the same way since Gwen's death as he did prior, like, because he doesn't want to repeat the same mistakes with MJ, in terms of, like, well, I guess in a lot of different ways. So it was an important moment for him to be able to kind of pivot and evolve as a character. It sucked for people that were major fans of Gwen, but I digress.
Well said, though. Actually, really well said. TLJ Screwjob says, speaking of writers having unique perspective / insight, Jeff, didn't one of Kendo's friends think that Kendo wrote himself in Wokebusters? It was a stealing solo. His friend thought he wrote all of his own dialogue. I'm like, no, I just know the guy, so I wrote it. I took that as a huge compliment. And he's like, yeah, you kind of came up with shit I would actually say. I'm like, I know, because I studied you guys. If I'm going to do a comic that featured you, I want to make sure that it's true to form. So thank you, TLJ Screwjob. That is 100% accurate to how I did it. And the same thing applies to Wokebusters. I don't really plan on doing all these stories just about us. The point is, I used us as I don't want to say a cipher, but what's the word? Like, just
it'd be a model, right?
Yeah, just as like a model for the characters, because the Ghostbusters are all fun, unique guys, and so are the guys on the podcast. So I took some of their elements and put them in. It's like, for example, Dion's love of middle-aged white women is in Wokebusters. I have him check out our...
I am so curious to see what's going to happen when he becomes a middle-aged man. Is age going to increase, or is it going to be the same?
It's going to increase, because he likes Elon Musk's mom, so... that's a topic for another show.
I mean, I like Elizabeth Hurley, but she also aged like $1,000 bottle of wine. So there's that.
Yeah, it's good genes, man, up in the Hurley family. Thank you, TLJ Screwjob. Headcase Laboratory says, fuck, marry, kill, Wally, Barry, Archie, Sonic.
What the fuck is this?
No.
Why are you no, one of these makes me a furry, so that's not happening.
I gotta take a minute, guys. I'll be right back.
What the fuck, Headcase? No.
Well, you broke Andrew.
No.
I don't know enough about Archie Sonic to have an opinion, so I'll kill him. And I guess... Is Barry Allen... Oh, wait, that's the one from the movie. So kill... I guess fuck him and marry the other one, Wally West.
I'd probably have to do the same, but I don't like it. And fuck you, laboratory. I'm going to send Dee Dee to your laboratory.
Oh, shit. What does this button do?
Get up to my laboratory.
God, that was a great show.
It was a fantastic... That was one of the few shows that both my sister and I watched together when we were kids.
I always dug the whole, like, subtle adult humor with the mom and dad.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen those memes that have popped up years later? Like, he knew what he had and all this shit with her giant ass. Like,
yep.
It had a lot going on, or in it. Excuse me. Xavier to God says, "Fuck, marry, kill." Spider-Man runs, amazing, spectacular, and ultimate. Well, I'll marry amazing because it has the most issues. Therefore, it has great books. I'll fuck a Spectacular and kill Ultimate. I don't like Ultimate Spider-Man. I think it's very okay.
Yeah, this is gonna sound like me just copying Jeff, but I agree wholeheartedly with that. Like, Amazing Spider-Man all the way. Spectacular's fine. Ultimate,
Ultimate
it's
is a
just like
disappointment because it had potential.
Ultimate. It was one of those things where, if done slightly differently, I probably would have liked it a lot more, because there's something to be said with taking a story, keeping all of the core elements, but presenting it in a modern setting. And I'm not saying update for a modern audience like how
They didn't do
Hollywood.
that, no.
Yeah, I'm saying, in like, instead of Peter Parker wearing bow ties and fucking sweater vests, he actually dressed like somebody that is a teenager in the 2010s or in the early 2000s.
I would have cut off Uncle Ben's ponytail, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, like there were some design choices that made no sense. I was not a fan of what they did with MJ. I hate the whole reporter MJ thing. Like,
they over-sexualized her for a 14-year-old girl in those books. I thought that was kind of weird.
I don't
it was
remember that, but then again, considering the age that I was at while I was reading them, maybe I just didn't take note of it. I just remember being like, this isn't MJ. MJ isn't like this. Like, they changed her character completely, and that bothered me. Yeah. So there were a lot of things that early Ultimate Spider-Man's, early Bendis did do fairly well, and the book saw success for good reason. But I would trade the whole Ultimate universe away in a heartbeat.
Same. I don't need it. One weird complaint that I have that a lot of people won't have is the artwork. Well, Mark Bagley's great, and I have nothing to dig on his quality of work. There are too many close-up face shots. There are some of those books that's just a whole page of close-ups, and I'm like, this is a Spider-Man comic. Mark Bagley has some of the best-looking Spider-Man art ever. Mm-hmm. Why is this so boring?
Where are the dynamic panels of Peter swinging around? Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, well, that's a cop-out with regards to trying to convey internal emotion, which you do need in comics, but you don't need that much of it. You have to pick just like with any story, you got to pick those moments. You can't just be throwing them out there where you have like this exchange between Peter and Uncle Ben for 4 panels, and it's like, why are you doing this? Like, you're trying to allow the writer to telepathically fill in what the words are happening between these two characters who are just staring at each other. It's like, okay, that you can kind of make that work on actual like moving images, but for a comic book, you don't need that. You just need the one, because you can hold on to that as long as the reader wants to hold on to that.
Yeah.
Well said. I actually was looking up an image of this damn Ultimate Spider-Man faces just to see if I still hate him as much. From an artist perspective too, I don't like his newer style. I liked his 90s style. It just, I don't know, it was more dynamic to me.
Yeah.
But it's still great.
I've got a handful of those first run issues of Ultimate Spider-Man and X-Men because I had friends that just bought me those comics for like birthdays or something because they knew I liked it. It's like, yeah, I'm not too thrilled by the Ultimate perspective of these.
I picked up Ultimate Spider-Man #1, back in the day because I was at Media Play and I just so happened to be there when it came out. I also picked up the 9/11 issue when it first came out. So those were like my first 2 fairly valuable books. I believe I have most of the entire Ultimate Spider-Man run.
That issue actually pissed me off.
The 9/11 issue or the Ultimate?
The 9/11 issue. Because they were mad at Peter. How could you let this happen? He can't fucking fly, you twats.
Yeah, and it would be disingenuous to be like, having a superhero fix a real-world problem.
Yeah.
This isn't the 40s where they just went over when Superman went over and picked up Stalin and Hitler and dropped him in prison. Like,
right?
It's a much different time.
Or Captain America just punched Hitler, knocked him out. Doesn't work that way.
Oh, man. I just checked. I have the first 65 Ultimate Spider-Mans. That's how many gifts I got of these guys.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot. That's a number of years. Oh.
Wow. I would have told my friends after a certain point, please, give me something else.
Well, again, I traveled a lot, so like I would be like, "Oh, thanks," and then I would never think about it again. And I guess that just led to essentially like 5 years of Ultimate Spider-Man comics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, I'm doing the math right now. It's like, it's the first time I checked it, but yeah, I got those prints. I mean, maybe in 40 years that might be worth something, but not now.
Well, the first issue used to be worth about $80, so. We have a fun one from Headcase Laboratory. Fuck, Marry, Kill, Static Shock, Black Lightning, and Vulcan.
Wait, aren't Vulcan and Black Lightning the same character?
No. One of them was created for the
I know
Super,
for Super
Friends to
with
not
Black
pay
Vulcan. Yeah.
They didn't want to pay the copyright to Black Lightning's creator, so they created it to stiff him. So they're technically two separate characters, even though I think they're the same, essentially.
Yeah, that's
the creator of Black Lightning's actually a shithead. He was going after Eric on Twitter a week or so ago. It was kind of funny. Yeah,
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like, wow, you're going after a self-made, successful Black comic book creator. That's ironic.
Anything to get attention online, man.
I guess.
Up next. Oh, we didn't play the game. Sorry. I'll marry Static Shock. Fuck Black Lightning. Kill Black Lightning because he was a dick to whatever to Eric, and then we'll fuck Vulcan. There we go.
Yeah. That I actually liked Black Lightning as a character for a while, especially in the early 2000s. DC was doing some cool stuff with him, with the Justice League of America that was being written by Brad Meltzer, I think it was writing it at the time. But yeah, fuck that guy.
I know this will surprise some people, but I tend not to read a lot of the black superhero titles. They just don't appeal to me like other ones. Yeah, I said that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's fine. You read what interests you. I mean, I was surprised how interested I was in an Icon just because it was a different type of character and it was a sidekick that was pushing for him to be a superhero. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
Icon's interesting as hell.
Yeah.
Underutilized.
Oh,
100%. Check it out. I have never read it.
Oh, he's like a 200-year-old alien that is the appearance of a black man, and he's a Republican. But he doesn't really talk much about politics in his books, actually.
Yeah. But he's like on level with Soups.
Yeah.
We don't need Calvin Ellis or Val Zod. Just give us Icon. He's cooler.
He is cooler, and the relationship he has as a mentor and friend to Rocket is really, really touching. I mean, it's Dwayne McDuffie just knocks it out of the park there. So,
oh, then I'm sure I'll like it because I did like his stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Up next, Jack White says they still make flip phones. You can find them online. I guess we should get a WCBS branded flip phone that you guys can call during
of the internet.
Show.
And then next is to find the service provider for them.
Well,
like, no texting, no voicemail.
I'll be getting in trouble with the FBI because they'll think I'm buying burner phones to sell drugs, when in reality it's just for a gag on a podcast. But hey, if you're gonna have a mistaken identity, why not go all the way?
Jeez.
Up next we have Jack White was after that. We have Xavier to God. It says fuck, marry, kill Web of Spider-Man spectacular and amazing runs.
Marry Amazing, fuck Spectacular, kill Web.
I will marry Amazing. This is hard because I know the artist on like a lot of Web of Spider-Man, and I do like his work, so it's like hard to erase that because I enjoy Alex Saviuk. But Spectacular Spider-Man just had better books, including The Death of the Green Goblin in issue 200.
One could say that it's the superior Spider-Man book.
But
I got him. You're welcome.
Shrubbles08, I apologize in advance. Your first super chat of the day did not pop up, or else I would have happily read it. I try to read everything, and if we miss it, we'll gladly give you guys even more time on the next show. But he said, I had a super chat at the end of the stream. At the start of the stream, the word of the day is Boogaloo. Star Wars, Rey, and 7 Boogaloos. Fistful of Boogaloo and Boogaloo.
All right. We like electric Boogaloo here.
Back to the Boogaloo, yeah. Or Boogaloo to the future. They both work.
I like Boogaloo to the future.
Yeah.
How about the Dark Boogaloo?
How about the Quick and the Boogaloo?
How about the Divine Sisterhood of the Boogaloo Pants? Or whatever
Boogaloo Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
Or Butch Cassidy and the Boogaloo Kid.
Yeah, there you go.
He can dance with his mop.
Or Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Boogaloos.
Romy and Michelle's High School Boogaloo.
Yeah, I like
American
that movie,
Boogaloo.
Boogaloo and Confused.
Lord of the Boogaloos.
Michael Flatley, Lord of the Boogaloo. Do you remember
Fear and
how
Loathing
everyone
in
in
Boogaloo.
America had those tapes?
Yeah.
What was your script?
Fear and Loathing in Boogaloo.
I like it.
That's good.
Shrubbles08, thank you very much. I apologize again that I missed that at the beginning. StreamYards didn't have it. It had the first one as Adam Wofford's. So, folks, if that ever happens, just let me know and I'll go to the back end stuff to fix that for you guys. Xavier to God says, Wolf, what did you like more? Spider-Man 3 when Spidey saves Gwen, or Amazing Spider-Man 2 when Spidey can't save Gwen and she dies?
What did I like more? That's a really hard question because I like Amazing Spider-Man 2 more as a movie. I like the dynamic of Peter and Gwen more in the Amazing Spider-Man 2, the Amazing Spider-Man films. I really, really like Bryce Dallas Howard, but she's a horrible Gwen Stacy. I don't know what that was, but it wasn't Gwen. So I guess if for no other reason than it like holding some level of accuracy to the source material, I'm gonna have to go with the Amazing Spider-Man 2 when he fails to save Gwen, and that's a hard scene for me to rewatch, no matter how many times I watch that movie.
I just laugh every time the little web makes a hand.
You're a terrible person.
Jack White has another one for you, Wolf. Fuck, marry, kill. Sakura, Eclair, and Nami.
Sakura. Okay, I'm gonna assume you mean Sakura from Naruto. Eclair, based on the spelling, I'm gonna say Eclair from Kitty Grade. Nami is from One Piece, which I've never watched nor read, but she's a cute redhead with a huge rack. So, and I actually
check this out.
Here's the thing: I actually like Sakura as a character. Ordinarily, I would, if all else was equal, I would probably end up having to kill Sakura, but because I don't want to be a freaking bitch ass normie and act like I like a character who I've never watched or read the material of, I will say kill Nami, as much as it pains me to say I'm killing the redhead with the rack. And then I'll fuck Sakura and marry Eclair, I guess.
Well, I don't know any of those characters, but
Likewise.
big tits is a win.
He directed it towards me, so you're off the hook.
Aurora Uplinks has an idea for a Star Wars film, a movie about a Moff having to run from Boba Fett. I don't know if I could ever watch another Boba Fett show or movie or anything after the Book of Boba Fett. That was pretty damn terrible.
we can rest solace. We can rest knowing well that anything Disney makes is just terrible fan fiction, and we shouldn't hand over the power of what made us love Star Wars to those that have manipulated it for their own financial gain and detriment at the same time.
You're a script doctor and a poet too. That was well said.
There you go.
Oh, thank you.
Jack White says, I'll give Ultimate Spider-Man this, that when they killed Peter Parker, they had him go out like a champ, as opposed to Slott, who had him go out as a chump. How did Slott kill Spider-Man?
Is he referring to when Doc Ock took over his mind? Like, he didn't die there. He was just... Peter's personality, Peter's existence was repressed into the back of his mind, and he was actually present throughout the Superior Spider-Man run and actually had an effect on Otto. I wound up actually liking the Superior Spider-Man run.
I liked it while it was out.
They had a Firestorm relationship, right? Like between Ronnie and the Professor type of thing?
Yeah.
Kind of. Except for he didn't get to take over at all.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, he's just always there in the back.
He was just there, and he like tried to sort of he had a subconscious influence on Otto that's very slightly softened him. And wound up, there was actually some cool stuff. And one thing that I really appreciated about it, there are a lot of problems with Dan Slott's run on the Spider-Man books, but one thing that is not one of them is the character development that Peter had throughout the course of Superior Spider-Man and going into Slott's subsequent run with the return of Amazing Spider-Man, because Peter experienced some growth that he hadn't seen in a very long time, because with Otto being kind of in control, Otto was able to kind of prioritize things a lot better than Peter, because Peter has kind of the savior complex. He wants to save everybody. He wants to be everywhere at once, even though he literally, physically cannot, and that winds up being a detriment and causing more problems than it solves sometimes. Whereas Otto, he utilized his tech and was like able to parse out and understand, okay, I don't need to worry about this burning building over here because my tech has already scanned it. The firefighters can do their job. They've got it handled. I can focus on this super villain over here downtown that nobody else but me can stop. And I can save precious time by doing so and prioritizing that. And there was some really cool internal stuff there where Peter was like, oh, like, you can do that? Like, I can actually learn something from this. And it's like, yes, you can. This is growth. I like this. When I first heard about the idea, I was like, wait, what? They're killing Peter and Doc Ock is taking over. When the original concept was advertised, I was furious. And then when I actually read it, I was like, oh, this is actually pretty not bad.
I was into it. I was on board the entire time. I liked how Doc Ock actually, helped Peter Parker finish his master's or whatever. He became a doctor, something like that. Like, those were the things I enjoyed, because it's, after reading Spider-Man for decades, it's kind of frustrating when the character doesn't achieve those things. It's just like,
he doesn't
more
achieve
convoluted
anything.
crap.
Well, he's in Arrested Development. That's always been an issue with Spider-Man that I've had. That's why I've enjoyed a lot the stories that I was able to read of Superior Spider-Man.
Marvel Editorial is determined to keep him in that spot.
Oh, yeah. And then the other part, too, the thing that I actually kind of liked, especially with some of the other interpretations on cartoons and live action, is I like the idea that Otto Octavius could eventually become sane and a hero and a supporting character for Spider-Man in down the road. Like, the possibility is not too far-fetched for it to be explored in an interesting way.
Mm-hmm.
And
he's
I think
one of his villains that I could buy that from if the writing was there. Yeah,
like, he's the one that Spider-Man could probably put Otto on a path to redemption, where he's no longer a villain. He's no longer he's not a superhero. He's probably just a guy who's going back to nurture the minds of young people in a positive way. Mm-hmm. And also a nice little reminder that no matter how far, no matter how far you fall, if you meet the right people and if you persevere, you can build yourself back up. You'll never be absolved of all your sins, but you'll at least not keep perpetuating them anymore.
Correct.
And maybe be able to do some good as a result. I mean, that's something that can work out well. You have to have the right writing team. You have to have the right relationships between those two characters, because Spider-Man and Doc Ock have a long history. I mean, I think I've got an issue where Peter finds out Mary Jane's pregnant and Doc Ock somehow manages to kill Peter or, whatever, because MJ's on her deathbed, or not, Aunt May is on her deathbed. And I'm like, oh yeah, this is an interesting dynamic where there's more depth to Doc Ock than him just being a psychotic supervillain type of thing.
Do you remember when Doc Ock married Aunt May?
That happened after, I'm guessing.
No. Doc Ock tried to marry Aunt May in the 70s because Aunt May inherited a bunch of land in Canada, and Doc Ock wanted to use it because it was the only place that could refine uranium, and he was going to build a bomb and take over the planet.
Oh no, I remember that issue, because in the 70s, Canada actually found a massive uranium deposits, and then shortly after they decided those are protected lands and cannot be mined. And William Shatner lost a lot of money in that because he invested in those, and that's why he basically came up with this new rule, which is never invest in anything that's not that's too risky in that regard. Keep on working, put money aside. Savings account is your best bet as opposed to anything else. And that's why he's successful and legendary as he is today.
Mm-hmm.
Shrubbles08 says, I'll take an Uncle Ben. I'm sure Peter would like to take an Uncle Ben as well, but what you want is the Uncle Ben button, which I am happy to oblige you with about now.
Who's that Pokemon? It's
Uncle Ben.
Thank you for that. I always laugh. Matt G says, Family Matters started off as a traditional sitcom, then went totally insane with Urkel. Broke the show in a way that even Kathleen Kennedy would be like, wow.
And it was a spinoff of Perfect Strangers. Too.
Yeah, Harriet Winslow was an elevator operator in that show.
Mm-hmm.
I used to love Perfect Strangers, Balky Bartakamus. I mean, he's in Beverly Hills Cop as Serge, so I'm a big fan of Bronson Pinchot. But I digress. Yes.
Oh,
Matt,
dude, he's fantastic as the prankster in Lois and Clark.
I have to go back and rewatch that. I watched that show as a kid.
There's 2 episodes in there. I even think I put one of them as a meme on my Twitter because there's a great one in there.
Never watched The Langoliers. That's a terrible movie, and it's got some of the worst CGI in history. But Matt G, thank you. Yes, I remember when Urkel dealt with. See. Back in the day, at least in my sphere, we all called it Urkel. We didn't call it Family Matters. Nobody would call it Family Matters. Like, did you watch Urkel? That's kind of how it was referred to. And so,
really?
Yeah, everyone around here was, did you watch Urkel? I mean, it wasn't just my family. It's everybody would talk about watching Urkel. Nobody called it Family Matters. It's like the Winslows didn't matter after the 3rd season. But, I mean, Steve Urkel was cool. I mean, he was hilariously lame, but I loved the show so much.
Jaleel White was also the voice of Sonic for me growing up.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. He liked chili dogs.
He did.
Xavier to God asks or says, I don't get why Ironheart was made because we have a black Iron Man in War Machine and a female Iron Man in Rescue and the knockoff in Iron Patient.
Oddly enough, War Machine wasn't always a black guy either. If I'm remembering correctly.
Didn't Rhodey take over for Iron Man for a minute? So we already had a black Iron Man.
He did during Secret Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Marvel knew what they were doing back in the day because you liked the characters. Now it's just like, hey, you like her because she's a Muslim character and she represents this. But she doesn't deserve to be in Spider-Man. Oh, you're a bigot. What the fuck? The internet's broken.
Yes.
Oh, God. Fuck, marry, kill, Pluto Nash, Captain Marvel, or The Last Jedi.
What the hell?
Well, kill The Last Jedi.
Yeah. I guess I never thought I'd be marrying Pluto Nash.
Pluto Nash has a charm to it, though. That's the thing. It's a terrible film, but there's something else going on there, yeah.
I know nothing about it, but Last Jedi has to die no matter what. Like, this could be a permutation of any other collection of movies, and Last Jedi is still the one that's going to die. I guess I'll follow Jeff's lead, marry Pluto Nash. I don't know fuck all about Pluto Nash.
It's got Rosario Dawson in it. That's all you need to know.
Oh, she's good. She's
fine. It's a screwball mystery as well. It's kind of weird.
I like Rosario Dawson.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not particularly looking forward to Ahsoka, but I like Rosario Dawson. She's also a talented voice actress. She does a good Diana in some of the newer DC animated films.
Wait, Rosario Dawson voices Wonder Woman?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. I think also
you
wouldn't
think about it. You wouldn't think it initially, and then I saw the credits and I was like, that was Rosario Dawson? Well, she did a really good job. Damn, okay.
She also did another character on Themyscira as well as some other iterations, right?
I don't know.
Honestly. I just remember being so taken aback by the fact that she did she did Diana. I was like, oh wow, okay. And she did a fantastic job. Like she managed to balance the confidence and the power of Diana Prince with that just unmitigated compassion that she also has. It was very well done. Even in the movies that weren't good.
Up next, we have one from our friend Aurora Uplinks who says, movie idea, Peter Parker gets abducted to solve a science issue for some alien race because he has managed to advance his science career and become famous.
I'm going to be honest. I can't stand Peter in space.
Yeah, he has nothing to swing off of.
I want... I like my friendly neighborhood Spider-Man to remain primarily as such until the event where the Avengers need him and they call him, or the Fantastic Four needs him and they call him. Otherwise, I don't need the cosmic stories with Peter.
Well,
for me.
I got one for you, Aurora Uplinks. Let's say it's the terrible Tinker that actually gets a hold of him because the Tinker was an alien. So what if it's an Earthbound story where the Tinker actually captures Peter Parker, and Peter Parker can't escape and uses spider powers because he'll let the Tinkerer know his secret identity, and there you can kind of tie it into that. And maybe Peter will even feel obliged to want to help this alien race because he's like, well, maybe they're not all bad. The Tinker is just an asshole type of thing. So
That's not bad.
That's
not
pretty
bad
good.
at all.
Yeah.
I'm glad I read Spider-Man as regularly as I do.
Well done.
If I could find a way to make it a living, I have. Yay, Spider-Man. So, Headcase Laboratory says Fuck, Marry, Kill, Reverse Flash, Joker, Carnage.
Oh, so let's just choose the 3 most insane characters in comic books. That's fine.
I'm going to marry the Joker. I'm going to fuck Carnage and kill
Jesus.
Reverse Flash.
I don't fucking know.
I would flip Reverse Flash and Carnage, but basically the same. Yeah.
Marry the No. Fuck. No, I can't do that. But I don't. Dude, Headcase. There is something wrong with you.
I mean, look at the name. Look at the name.
There is something sincerely, deeply, clinically, critically wrong with
Well,
you.
his head has been bisected and restitched back together. You can tell.
Jesus, tap dancing, Christ Almighty. Kill Carnage. I don't like it. What's the matter with you people? Kill Carnage. Married Reverse Flash, I guess. Everything is wrong with the world and with the chat. Y'all need Jesus.
They like to torture us, my friend.
You need Jesus.
Thank you, Headcase Laboratory, for all your wonderful messages. There's more in the future. Jack White says, Nami isn't redheaded. She has orange hair. And Jeff, have you checked out any of the series I recommended to you yet? Dude, I haven't watched anything outside of SummerSlam. It is make content, ship books, draw Wokebusters. And that's about it. So I haven't watched anything, man. I haven't even caught up on... What was I supposed to catch up on? Claim to Fame. This damn reality show I watch with my mom. I haven't even watched that, so... But yeah, I think in anime, orange hair, or just art in general, usually orange hair represents redheads.
Yeah, I was going to say, because redheads in the real world, if that's what we're going off of, it's closer to what Nami has than, say, what MJ has. MJ has pretty much blood red hair in a lot of cases, so, or at least she did early on, and now it's more of a scarlet. It's also been presented in kind of an orangish red coloration. So I don't need to have watched or read One Piece to confidently say Nami's a redhead.
Well, remember, it all depends on how many colors they could use back in the day, because it was the 4-color process. They only had so many colors available to them, so they had to use orange as shorthand for red hair.
Mm-hmm.
Buddha Bear, that's a cool name. Fuck, Marry, Kill, Date. Lara Croft, Katniss from the Hunger Games, Lucy Liu's Angel, and the girl demigod and Percy Jackson.
Oh, the girl that's supposed to be like the descendant of Athena? I don't know. I can't remember her name right now. I actually enjoyed that book, and the first movie was marrying Lara Croft.
Yeah, she's rich.
Fuck. I'll date Katniss, I guess.
She can go hunting for you, so you always have food.
Yeah, I'll fuck Lucy Liu, and I guess kill. I can't remember Annabeth. That's what it is. Thank you, TLJ. Yeah, Annabeth. Like, I don't have anything against her, but I mean, she's up against Lara Croft and Lucy Liu, so
I just don't know.
Sucks to be her.
I don't know the character, so I can't comment on it.
Is Annabeth the one played by Alexandra Daddario?
Yep.
Oh, I'm marrying her.
Yeah.
Wow, that changed real quick.
Yeah, man. Alexandra Daddario is top choice. I don't care if Lara
She
Croft
was-
has $1 billion.
Well,
It's
she was
Alexandra
also played
Daddario.
by her when she was like 15, so.
She's as old as I am. I don't know. I'm not. That's why I was like, I don't know this character. But you just said Alexandra Daddario, so she
That's fair.
wins.
That's
Yeah.
fair. I now that I think about it, I would maybe swap her and Katniss, but that's about it. Otherwise, everything else still stands.
Yeah, I just don't know the character and Percy Jackson enough to like give an honest answer. But in reality, it's like I'd marry Lara Croft, especially if it was like Angelina Jolie and she had a British accent and all that money and the conical tits. Yeah,
I mean, I would still do it if it was oh gosh,
Alicia Vikander.
yeah, Alicia Vikander, because she did a very, very good. I prefer the design and story of the OG Lara Croft, but for a movie adaptation of the 2013 reboot video game, she was pretty spot on. She did a fantastic job. I enjoyed that quite a lot, and she's quite attractive.
I'm just like ethically opposed to the revamp of Lara Croft. Like I'm old school. Like
I get it. I understand it. I certainly prefer the femme fatale. No question about it.
Oh, yeah.
I
Well, with
wish
Lara
we would
Croft,
get that again.
they're D-cups because they defy gravity.
yeah. That's what the D stands for. Head Case Laboratory, this actually makes me mad, not your message. Well, the content of your message, not that you sent it. It says, worst thing in comics right now. Superman was implied to have been raped, Mary Jane cheating on Spider-Man, and the weird fetishes with the mutants.
Yep. All true things.
Can't they just
how-
go back to killing the characters for like 5 or 6 issues?
That would be
Yeah.
nice.
This way
I
they
don't
kill
even
him
know.
forever.
Yeah, I don't even know if they killed Kamala Khan off for that long.
I think they're copying the Phoenix Saga with her in the comics with that.
That's bullshit.
The character
Yeah, I
that
would
nobody
concur.
likes. Nobody, at least if they do like her, they don't like her enough to buy her book. I remember getting into an argument with somebody. It was like the first volume of her, the trade paperback, blah blah blah, or the first few volumes, something like that, collectively sold 60,000 copies, and for trade paperbacks, that's fantastic. Yeah, you want to know how many of those went to libraries
You wonder how many of those
through
went to
Scholastic
me? No.
programs, as opposed to how many went to actual comic book readers? It's a very stark contrast, I will tell you.
So, let's see. Up next, we have one from our friend Jack White, who says, Jeff, did you get the emails I sent you? Yes, I did. Do you mean the ones about Spider-Man Reign 2 or the newspaper clipping from the future? Because I got both of those. Folks, if you want to send us an email, send us to worldclassbs@mail.com. The best mail. TLJ Screwjob says, speaking of not noticing actors until later, saw Pirates of the Caribbean Curse of the Black Pearl in theaters on the 20th, and Zoe Saldana was in it. Yep.
Was she?
Yep.
Oh, she
yeah.
was. Holy shit. Yes, she was. I know exactly which character she was now.
TLJ Screwjob, remember the big black pirate from that scene? He lived around the corner from me when I lived in LA. He took us to go see Avatar 2 before it came out in theaters. So,
What the shit?
yeah, he was cool. Isaac, he was a nice guy.
That's cool.
But yeah, Zoe Saldana is in Pirates of the Caribbean. That's the first role I ever saw her in.
Zoe Saldana is a beautiful woman.
And if you want to see her play at Mary Sue, go watch Lioness on Paramount Plus.
Never heard
That's
of
what
it.
I wanted to do this morning when I woke up. I wanted to watch a new Mary Sue character, and Zoe Saldana is just the right one. Thank you, script.
You're welcome, sir.
And finally, our pal Jack White says, that's the thing about One Piece, that its female characters have variety of different hair colors. Well, I will have to keep reading the One Piece trade paperback, well, not trade paperbacks, manga that I was gifted. Probably from you, Jack. I'll eventually get through all that stuff. I'm just a slow... I can't say I'm a slow reader because that'd be a lie, and I'd make myself sound really stupid, but no, sometimes it just takes me forever to get through certain things. Also, Jack says, Nami has orange hair, Robin has black hair, Vivi has blue hair, Rebecca and Reiju have and the mermaid princess, Shira... God, how do you say that?
Shirahoshi?
Shirahoshi all have pink hair. Well, if they were American characters, you'd stay away from all the ones with blue and pink and orange hair.
Any of the
They'd yell at
unnatural
you.
colors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like in nature, the bright colors mean toxic, and stay away.
Yep. Like poison dart frogs.
Don't go licking those toads. I saw that episode of Family Guy. It was funny.
Shit.
So, guys, we've reached the end of this very long show. It went way longer than we planned, but thank you to everybody who sent in all your messages. We had a great time. Headquarters Laboratory has one more. Storm, Black Canary, and Wonder Woman. Fuck, Mary, Kill.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Now Andrew's interested.
See, that's a dangerous one, because if you're really good in bed and you bang Black Canary, you could go deaf.
Yeah, that's
why I always gave props to Green Arrow. I'm like, yeah, man, you got balls.
Or he doesn't. He's
That's
bad.
really hard. You see, I love Dinah, but when put up next to these other two, she drops lower. So she would have to be the kill. And again, I love Dinah. But
Storm
that's
is
really
wife material, though. Like that's the thing.
yeah. Oh gosh, this is hard though. Between Aurora and Diana. Fuck. I guess fuck Storm, Mary, Wonder Woman. That's the only good one tonight. Just want to put that out there. That's the only one that was hard because I actually liked them all. Not hard because I didn't want any of them.
You know, from a practical standpoint, I'd be afraid to bang Wonder Woman because if she contracts, during sex, she might kill you. So you're going to have to take a risk. It's like, would you rather go deaf or would you rather have your dick ripped off? So I'll marry Storm. Fuck Wonder Woman and kill Black Canary.
That's completely antithetical to what you just said.
Yeah. I don't care.
Like, you can go doggy style on Black Canary and just put her face into the pillow, and therefore you're at least muffle the throws.
Well, what about noise canceling headphones, right?
Oh,
exactly.
Yes. Even better, noise canceling earbuds. I've got these Samsung joints that they don't even take up a lot of space. Just go right in the ear.
If you've seen the third season of The Orville, you actually get a glimpse of what would happen to you as a human if you were to sleep with Wonder Woman. And let's just say that the black engineer bangs the chick from the huge gravity thing, and his face is puffed up and teeth are missing, just because she winced. Like that would be Wonder Woman for you.
We also have another one from Aurora, or a question from Aurora Uplinks that says, live action Family Guy movie about, choose plot. I would do a live action version of the Pawtucket Brewery that's a Willy Wonka parody. Road of Pure Inebriation.
I would just set the video camera in front of a tank full of manatees and then leave it at that. Because that's what Family Guy's written by.
Fair enough. Xavier to God says, fuck, marry, kill. Harley Quinn, Ivy, and Catwoman.
Well, Ivy will kill you if you can touch her, because she's poison.
Not. Yeah. Ivy's got to die.
Yeah. Bang Quinn, marry Catwoman.
Yeah.
I might reverse those last two, but Ivy's definitely dying.
Yeah.
Ivy's definitely dying.
Dumb.
Yeah, I'm not about the eco-terrorism shit, as hot as she may be.
She's also a cannibal. She doesn't eat meat because she's like, I eat plants. It's like, you're eating your own kind.
Yeah, right?
You don't even get your own gimmick.
Let's see. We also have another fuck, marry, kill from TLJ Screwjob. Barbara Gordon, Huntress, and Zinda Blake.
Oh.
I don't know who Zinda Blake is.
Mary Babs. Fuck Huntress. Kill Zinda.
I think, is Zinda one of the Blackhawks? I can't remember.
I do not know.
Huntress is kind of a pain in the butt. And if Zinda Blake
she's
is
one of the
Blackhawks.
Blackhawks.
Okay, so if Zinda Blake is a Blackhawk, I would bang Zinda Blake. I'd marry Barbara Gordon, and I'd kill Huntress.
Yeah, I'll go the same way.
Yeah, she is a banger. That's for sure.
Xavier to God says, fuck, marry, kill, Rogue, Mystique, and Marvel Girl, aka Jean Grey.
Oh, marry Mystique because she could be any of those other two. And yeah, the other two, who cares?
See, this is tricky. So Jean Grey could go Dark Phoenix and just kill everything. That's a problem.
And she'd make you
Rogue,
forget afterwards, anyways.
yeah, so you wouldn't even remember it. Rogue. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do, because you didn't set the rules, so I'm setting the rules, and I'm setting the rules to the very brief period to where Rogue actually had control over her powers, and didn't kill everything that she touched with her bare skin. So I'm gonna marry Rogue. I'm gonna kill Mystique, and I'm gonna fuck Jean Grey. Because
I'm going.
Well, you and everybody else, right?
Wow, yeah.
I'll kill Jean Grey because she's too dangerous to be left alive with the power of the Phoenix. I'll marry Mystique because, like you said, she could be anybody, and I'll fuck Rogue with out her superpowers of draining.
Well, if you wear a rubber and a bodysuit, you're good.
Oh, so like that scene in
Where's the
Naked
fun in
Gun.
that?
Got it.
Yeah, just like the Naked Gun.
TLJ Screwjob says, but script rubber lips are immune to her charms.
Batman and Robin quote.
Oh gosh, horrible movie.
Damn you, Akiva Goldsman, killing Batman franchise.
Don't leave the K without it. That's the only part that makes me chuckle is when he pulls out the credit card expiration date forever. It's so dumb. Aurora
that was
Uplink
George
says,
Clooney's joke too.
"Oh, which one? About this is why Superman works?
The
on
Forever card.
Oh,
Yeah.
Forever card.
Because George Clooney actually has a clever sense of humor. Akiva Goldsman does not.
I can tell." Aurora Uplink says, "Film about aliens traveling to explore Earth." What, like, is that your idea about an alien? Team traveling to explore Earth.
Are You Afraid of the Dark did that, I think.
Wow, that is a name I have not heard in a long time.
Well, you should go back and watch it because it's actually a pretty good show that holds up.
Yeah. God. A lot of people that I kind of grew up with were kids on that show. It was
You
shot
knew
in
Ryan
Canada.
Gosling and Hayden Christensen?
I'd never met Hayden Christensen. I knew about Ryan Gosling because when I was staying in London, where he was living at the time, he was known as the crazy kid that would brandish a knife at teachers. He grew out of that.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Jack White says, Jeff, did you get the email I sent you with the link to Naughty Manga I told you about? I might. It should be in the archives. I'll have to check it out, man. I have not read any Naughty Manga. That's not me trying to be cool on air. I just don't think I've ever read Naughty Manga. I have read some weird Italian comic books, though, and some Spanish ones that we won't talk about on air. TLJ Screwjob says, we all know Jean would cry out to Scott for help. Yeah, it would kill the mood, too. And then she'd pass out afterwards. Ah! Just like on the fucking cartoon, every episode.
All the time, yeah.
Scott, no!
She was useless in the cartoon.
Jean!
That's why I didn't like the character for many years, because I watched the cartoon where she was a joke. Now I understand why people like her. And finally, we have Xavier to God closing us out with a fuck, marry, kill of Black Widow, Black Canary, and Black Cat. A lot of black in this, but none of them are black.
That's a toss-up. They all work.
Yeah, kill Black Widow, marry Black Cat. Actually, no, kill Black Widow, fuck Black Cat, marry Black Canary.
I'm gonna marry Black Cat.
I don't trust thieves.
I don't either, but like the Black Cat was, of these ones, the only one I really remember standing out. And Black Widow is an assassin that'll fuck you up. So I feel safer with a thief than an assassin.
Fair enough.
Plus, the shit she does to, for her job. I was like, yeah, you're going to marry an assassin who bangs a bunch of other people. Not really worth it. So let's go.
And if you want kids, good luck. Not going to happen with the Black
Yeah,
Widow.
man. We know what happens in that red room.
Yep.
It's fucked up. All right, guys, let's say our outros because we're on hour 4 of this fucking show.
Lord Almighty.
Doesn't feel like it, though, but thank
I
you to
blame
everybody.
myself.
Yes, I blame you personally. Yeah, I'm so angry. No, man, it's been a blast always hanging out with you. It's like, it's kind of a regular thing now, so it's just like, hey, man, thanks for coming on. It's great to talk again. Where can people find you on the internet?
You can find me on X Twitter at ScriptDoctorPhD. I got a YouTube channel, youtube.com/ScriptDoctor, where as soon as I get some more information on what's going on with the strike, I'll probably do a live show on that. And you can follow me over on Patreon, where I give writing tips, reviews of screenplays, and discounts if you yourself are a writer looking to basically get good coverage and notes on your scripts so that they're in the best condition possible for whatever direction you wish to take them in. So yeah. That's my gimmicks right now.
Andrew, what about you?
I am the creative and social media manager of Rippaverse Publishing, as well as the social media manager for Mr. Eric July. You can find me on Twitter. Just look up Caffeinated Wolf, and you can chat with me about all sorts of stuff on there. You can also find me over on my Twitch channel, Caffeinated Wolf, every Sunday evening, usually between 7:30 and 8 p.m. We do community Mario Kart streams where me and a handful of my friends in my community, as well as we open up to the chat as well for anybody that wants to jump in and do some races, yell at each other, have some drinks. It's just a fun time to unwind right before Monday.
Sounds like a good time. I've been playing those new tracks and not doing bad at all. Folks, you can find me here on this channel, and you already knew that because you're listening to said channel, so thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with another video. We're going to have a lot of new content across the channel as we grow to 200,000. So, folks, join us each and every day as we put out new content here on the channel. And make sure you go to stealingsolo.com to get one of the remaining copies of the book. I have shipped out almost every book so far. The only ones I didn't ship out for were a couple that dropped today because we keep selling them and I ran out of shipping material. So I have to go back out to get more stuff, but it's a good problem to have. So I want to thank everybody for making that a problem that I'm very happy to have. And if you want more WCBS, we're over on Patreon. We have just added our James Bond commentary for The Living Daylights. The guys and I are going to record a ton of content at Horror Hound, which is only going to be available to the members as well as the patrons. And we'll be getting everything evened out on the membership program from Patreon this coming week. So from all of us here at WCBS, thank you for watching. Be smart, be safe, be cool, but always be excellent to each other.
Imagine if you gave a white supremacist 5-MeO DMT.